Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday, and welcome back to the Bond Shed for Creative Coffee Week, Day 3. Should we give ourselves a round of applause? All right, I invite you to come and grab your coffees, grab your water, grab your whiskey, whatever you need. Come and have a seat. We've got a really exciting day today, folks. There's a lot of really cool things happening. Once again, I just want to say a huge thank you to all of the sponsors of Creative Coffee Week, especially FNB and Rand Merchant Bank, who have supported us for the last 4 years. It's such an amazing partnership, and we're so proud of an institution like FNB investing in the coffee community, in the coffee industry. I hope that you guys have had a chance to meet some of the specialist bankers that they've provided for us this week. We've covered so many amazing topics, and today we've got another one, and I'll introduce him in a moment, but I just want to run through the program for today. It's a really exciting day. Obviously, it's the last day. We like to call it Finals Day because not only have we got some amazing international guests joining us again, but we also have some incredible coffees to taste, and we've got some special secret international coffees that we're going to taste a little bit later, which we're excited to reveal to you guys. And then, of course, we've got the Shot in the Dark session this afternoon, where we're going to give away these very prestigious and sought-after Shot in the Dark trophies, and then followed by the SA AeroPress Championships and an after-party. So it's a very exciting day. I'm so glad that you're all here. I hope you guys have had a good time. Have you had a good time this week? It makes my heart happy. All right. So my very esteemed guest today is Mr. Frankie Ferdinand from FNB Franchising Division. I'm really excited to listen to this talk, and I know that he's got a lot of valuable information to share on the franchising thing. So, guys, this is an amazing opportunity if you're new in coffee or you're thinking about expanding, even if you're thinking of tapping into an existing franchise network. Frankie's your guy. So the session is about 15 minutes. There's no rush, so if you've got questions, Frankie's here. So a very warm welcome to you. Let's give him a huge round of applause.
But things are never going to change.
Hi. The one thing you can be sure of is change. Things are always changing. In Africa, this is the home of change. You know, we live by a code here.
If the beat changes, the dance step must adapt.
Because brothers and sisters, we know if we don't change, things won't change.
And it all starts with one little step.
Yes! Power! Power to the changeables, the adaptable problem solvers who don't need a corner office to start an empire. Look at us! We are the changeables.
Changeables? What does that even mean?
Everything's changing.
So,
And sometimes it's the smallest change that makes the biggest difference.
Switch to FNB, Bank of the Changeables.
Morning all. Thank you for inviting FNB. It's a pleasure and an honor. It's been almost 2 years I haven't done a presentation, so I'm gonna just put off my game. But could you start the presentation there for me, please, guys? As I've been introduced, I'm Frankie. I'm a regional manager. Sorry. Let me put this off, please. Okay, sorry about that. Yes, I'm the regional manager and the deal maker in KZN for franchising. I've been with FNB for the last, I'll say 1986, so it's been a long time. Franchising since 2005, so I know I got a fair amount of knowledge about franchising. Thank you. So, an update on franchising, and before I start, guys, you're in a very, very good space. You're in an important business, coffee. Because recently I just noticed that all our important discussions at FNB in the morning, there's no more meetings anymore. It's called coffee sessions. So coffee got some importance to business. So that's what this slide is all about, just to say there is a coffee session, but the key insights into the business. South Africa franchising businesses are across 17 different business sectors. So in that as well, we got about 734 billion in 2019, in revenue. This is of the Franchise Association of South Africa's database. The industry is contributing towards 14% of our GDP, so it's actually quite a big player. There's 800 franchise systems in South Africa, 48,000 outlets employing about 500,000 people. That is still small. There's plenty room for growth. Internationally, there's 3,500 systems. We only got 800 in South Africa here. Thank you. In 2019 to 2020, there was growth of about 2,000 stores, 45,000 outlets, there 47,000. There was also 3,400 stores that opened, but at the same time, 1,800 closed, and there was 579 relocated. Now, the reason for opening and closing is due to market changes. They could be in an area that is bad, and it's no longer relevant, so they'll then either relocate it or they'll just shut it down. Why they can't relocate those that they shut down without relocation is mainly because there is already representation in an area, and they won't overtrade a particular area when it comes to franchising, and that's with all the brands. 55% of the franchise owners have been in business for more than 10 years, and 77% of them are more than 5 years. So it shows you that they're in for the long stay. 78% of them, 8 out of 10, own more than one store, and they're also in same brand at the same time. That is a bit about franchising on the global picture. Now about franchising and FMB, and where's the synergies? So over the last 3 days, you'll heard a lot of talk about FMB and all our accolades we got. I only like to talk about two main accolades, the coolest bank and the most innovative bank. And those two awards are the most important because it means something to me, and it should mean something to you all. That means that if whoever voted for those two awards, it's telling us that we're listening to our people, and we're trying to solve their problems, and we're solution-driven. And that's where coolest, first we're listening, and then innovative is solving problems. And that's what FMB is known for across the board. Franchising, business, Forex, they're known for that. Listen to the people and provide a solution. In franchising, what we added, the extra flavor is the specialist part of it. So we got a franchising team that's very close to franchisors and close to franchisees. Franchisors could be one of your tomorrow, expanding your coffee businesses as a franchisor, or it could be one of your tomorrow that wants to be a franchisee, buying into a network of franchising. And that's where we'll come in and help. Added to that, we also have a franchise summit every year up in Gauteng, unfortunately, where we invite all the role players, where we share best practices, where we share new changes in the economy into the franchise, new risk, and transfer of knowledge. So that is franchising and FMB and where we fit into it. Thank you. So we have what we call a franchise toolkit that's published on our website. But in that toolkit, one of the most important documents is this roadmap. And this roadmap works for anyone that is thinking about getting into franchising or franchisee or franchisors tomorrow. And this is the steps that they will take as a franchisee if you want to get involved in buying a store, or if you want to get involved in opening stores. How would you follow the steps in deciding what you want to do? So as you see, step 1 says research. Where would you like to be? 2 is choose the industry you like to play in. 3 is choose the brand that you want to play in. So you want to play in fuel? What fuel you want to play in? You want to play in engine or Shell or Total? 4 is check now to see if that store, those sort of businesses suits you. 5 is verify what existing store owners. If it's an engine, you go and talk to a couple engines to see if you're still interested in going forward with this deal. 6 approach the franchisor, because most of the franchisors, you have to be accredited with them before you can even buy or set up a new store. So they like to first do psychometric tests and evaluations, and then they'll find out if you are suited to open a franchise store or not. And then 7, you check to see if the documentation that they're giving you is going to be restrictive in terms of have you got a sideline or not, is it a core business or not, see if the documents that you're going to sign before you move forward is suitable to you. And then 8, you come to the bank. And when you come to the bank, then we will make sure that all these steps you have followed correctly, and we'll assess it and go through the whole application with you. So this is the relationship between FMB and the possibility of a franchisee or a person that would like to open or start or buy a business tomorrow in the franchise networks. Thank you. So for franchisors, which could be your one day possible, got your store, single store outlets, private brand, you'll decide to open 3 or 4 stores, and then you want to move it forward and say, now I need to franchise this business. This is where we start. We start here and say, what can FMB and the franchisor do? The first thing is franchisor brand accreditation. So we would then come out to you and we will start assessing your business as a franchisor. So maybe you got 2 or 3 stores as corporate stores. We'll assess you all, we check all your paperwork, what's the setup cost of an average store, where will the location be, you decide up front, you don't accidentally move into a mall, where would you like to position your brand? We'll do all those accreditations up front, and then we'll present it to a FMB credit committee, a national committee, and we will approve a funding mechanism for you as a franchisor for your franchisees, so that then scalability will kick in thereafter. Once you start rolling it out to franchisees, we'll say, right, the franchisor is already accredited with us, and this is the structures we're going to go in terms of funding, 50%, 60%, 30%, but we agree with FMB and we agree with the franchisor that's going to roll out. By the time the franchisee comes in, we already know what we have to do, and then we can roll out nationally, and that's a national program. The second part about just basic funding solutions, exactly what I said, is you decide as a franchisor whether the risk profile of a client should come in with a higher own contribution as opposed to a low own contribution, because that determines who got skin in the game and will they walk away. Some people say 10% is enough own contribution. Some people say 50% is good. Then there's a share of risk. The banks like that model, and you as a franchisor should encourage that model, because you don't want to sit with stores that open and 6 months later they're going to close down because the client walked away because you only put 10% skin in the game. If you put 50% skin in the game, he's not going to walk away that easily. And then brand-specific solutions, those are what does your business need in order to operate in terms of products. Does it need a check account? Does it need merchants? So we'll then go into that sort of detail for franchisors as well. Design funding solutions for those stores, for those franchises. Back one.
Are there any questions at this point for Frankie?
One back, thank you. Lovely. So it's brand-specific funding solutions that we will design and develop with you jointly as a bank and as a franchisor in order to get it out to your franchisees. By the time they come into the network, you already know what. You will tick the boxes. When you send it to FMB, we'll tick the boxes, and the franchisee will go through the system, and then we'll roll it out. We already know at that time, is it turnkey? Do we pay only when the store is set up, or do we do progressive payments? That you have to know up front, because if it's progressive payments, how are you going to pay? Are you going to pay off equipment to be installed, or are you going to pay shop fitting? So all that will be ironed out between the bank and the franchisor when we set it up. Single point of contact is what we have in FMB. We have our national level franchise specialists. We got our local deal makers and franchise specialists, and we got our second tier, which is our sales team. So how it works is, if you come into our network as a new franchisee, you will deal with me and a couple of my colleagues, which are deal makers. We'll set up the whole structure for you. We'll set up all accounts. We do the funding. We get the loans approved. And during that process, we'll introduce you to a relationship manager who will then maintain your account the day of after payment. So once we pay out in your store starts trading, the franchise specialist walks away, and the relationship managers take over that relationship. Should you have problems thereafter, we will then get involved and participate. That's what we talk about, single point of contact and representation from a franchisee and a franchisor. Regional specialists, that's exactly what I just said. Property solutions, Also, a lot of the franchisees in the bigger spaces, like your retailers, like your Pick and Pays and Spars, are now deciding to take over the property. They don't want to be a pay to landlords anymore. So we've got special property solutions for that as well, including petrol stations developments as well. So if you're going to set up a fuel station, we know how to structure those sort of lendings in the property section as well. Brand and franchise specific pricing. So that is scalability. So if you as a franchisor give me 60 to 80% of your national network, I can then discount pricing. And what that means is if all your clients, all your network is on merchant and banking with FNB, then we start negotiating difference in rentals of the devices and in commissions, transactional commissions, because we got the full market share of your network. If we got piecemeal 111, then we're going to give you the generic pricing, and we won't be able to give you the benefit of the brand pricing. And expansions into Africa, India, and China. So whatever we do here in South Africa, whatever I do as a franchising, if you're in Namibia or Mozambique, or even in India, the same thing we will do in those countries as well for you. We have got a global franchising team in place as well. Thank you. Next slide. So as I said, when I say product designing and specific pricing, this is the bundle that's already here. There's 10 products that we know any franchise business should have. We will put it in place, the most important ones up front, and thereafter in the journey, you will then decide to change. So it's transact, invest, global banking, cash management, and rewards. And then on this side is your lending solutions, insure, forex, merchant services, and benefits. So you don't necessarily have to take all, but as your business matures, especially those that expand from a single store owner to a multiple store owner, this becomes very important. This leg here of insure, benefits, cash management, invest becomes very important because of your lazy deposits must be sitting somewhere in some investment in earning interest at the same time while you cash management. Thank you. And that's me. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions? Who's yet to know we're going to franchise Toro all over the country? Guys, this is your chance. You've got an expert in the room. He's probably got 3 minutes. We can take one question. No? We all good? We all happy?
My numbers are available with L&M. If you'll need to get hold of me after this, my email and my cell phone numbers are available. Thank you.
All right, Frankie. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All right. Have we got Ronnie lined up on Zoom there, Matt? Okay, our next presentation is a critical one for the coffee industry. I know Maxwell Colonna Dashwood wrote a whole book on water for coffee. I don't know if any of you guys have read it, but when he was out here a couple of years ago, it just blew my mind how much there is. And we're so grateful to have Ultimate Water as one of our Creative Coffee Week event partners. So Rowan, Joe, thanks to you guys. You've done a sterling job supplying not only the coffee machines with water, but also for us. So we're really looking forward to listening to Ronnie Billimon come on. For those of you who don't know him, he was the Coffee and Good Spirits World Champion a couple of years back. So he's not just talking at it from a technical water point of view, but he's talking at it from a coffee point of view very specifically, I'm sure, and probably also from an alcohol point of view and the relevance there. But I think water is such a massive part of not only the flavor in your cup, but also in terms of machine maintenance and longevity and that kind of thing. So as soon as Ronnie's online, then we'll welcome him and he'll kick off his presentation. Ronnie, can you hear us okay, Ronnie? We can see you, we just can't hear you. Ronnie, maybe you're on mute there, or... Okay, just give us a minute there, folks. We'll get him online now.
I cannot hear you, no.
Ronnie, we can hear you now. Good morning, Ronnie. Do you want to try a test? Try to talk to us, Ronnie?
When I'm talking, I have...
Okay.
All right, seems you can hear me. So, all right, then let's propose, because time is limited, that I go on screen and I would share my screen with you, allowing you to go for the presentation. Perfect. All right. So let's go for that one. I've been requested by Roan and the team of Ultimate Water to give you a little chit-chat on water and how it impacts your business and your activities, as it is quite underestimated how water impacts the business. Briefly introducing myself, my name is Ronnie Billeman. I'm a WQA Master Water Specialist, but also a freaky coffee nerd championship competitor with quite some results. And I also wrote a book about water and coffee. So drinking water it's quite an important but very sensitive basic ingredient on catering and food. And everybody expects it's coming out of the tap and it should be perfect. Unfortunately, it's not always that perfect. And it's different by area. So on that point, we do have to understand a little bit. And that's what I will be trying to do here, to introduce you a little bit to the knowledge of water for your business. So water is basically, we know we have it to drink, but also ice. Post-mix, should you have it, where you see the syrup and the water mixing into classical soda drinks. Your steam oven, should you have one, is requiring water, but also to do the dishes, to rinse your vegetables when you go cooking. But in our case, we are mainly focused today on coffee and tea. Two ingredients where we do more with water, because we brew on site in a few minutes, a perfect result in the cup. And that has direct impact with your water quality. So when you look in your restaurant, you have quite some areas where we can focus on for this short lecture. Could be your dishwasher, that's going to be the last one, but you need good water for your dishes as well. Your combi steamer, it is very sensitive to some minerals in the water that can destroy it from the inside, so you should be aware of that. Coffee, of course. Post-mix systems, it's not right away your focus, but it can happen. And more frequently, people are also having a water tap in their bar to serve with a lot of less plastic usage. They serve drinks in reusable cups or bottles. That's a good alternative to the bottled water you can find in the supermarkets, and brings a lot of trash. So we're going to talk about the water, filtration, how we're going to handle water, and how we can improve the water quality. Now, quite often when I go in the market, people say, yeah, but we didn't have these issues 10 years ago. So what's happening now? I think we have crappy materials or crappy machines or whatever. Well, our drinking water is not the same as it used to be 10 years ago. And here I give you two examples. One would be the mainland center of the country, some distance away from the coastline. You see that rainwater goes through the ground, comes into several layers, but that we're talking about days, years, centuries, millennia. Where we are pumping our water, we mainly are looking into that layer of centuries. But centuries means that's when the time we started to pollute our world. So what we've done in the past 100 years on the soil, is now getting into the layers of where we are picking up water. Now, the water companies do a very great job. They do improve the water up to the World Health Organization standards, yet they cannot prevent everything. But the reason why I'm talking about this is that, for example, sometimes even microplastics are found in our tap water from a deep well. Well, this is years where we put all the trash in the ground, that it fluctuates into the layers where we're going to take tap water. On the other hand, coastline areas, or even in a lot of countries, we're going to use more and more surface water, meaning river, lakes, and so on. Well, we ourselves continuously pollute that water in the rivers and the lakes by whatever we do daily. So that's where we have some other alternative, let's say, pollution. But also, everything from the soil, bacteria, and so on, quickly go into that water. So we need to handle that as well. Then some area, they have deep wells in the coastline, which were in a very fresh water. But by the fact we are using more and more water daily, all over, because we use it for so many things, we are pulling out so much water from that area that the seawater and the brackish water is step by step entering that same layer where we are pulling away the water. So here again, we have a new chemistry, a new mixture of the minerals inside our water. So that's why we have problems today we didn't see 10 years ago. Now, the good news is the water companies do a great job, and they deliver water which is suitable for your daily consumption. Backside, of course, it is not always perfect. Nature sometimes also comes with some gaps. If you look at the middle picture, this is a tubing which would be your central water distribution line in the city. Looking inside, you have these brown deposits. That is nature. You cannot avoid it. Water is not pure H2O. It comes with a mixture of minerals and natural elements. And these, over time, make a deposit. And from time to time, it happens that due to a big bang in the tubing or works, you got some brownish water coming out of the tap. And that brownish water, without coffee, you wouldn't want it in your food or your drinks. And if you have that little filter on top of that, you can remove it and you see these little granulars. Neither those you want them in your drinks, your food, or your equipment, because that's going to block you. So all of this is the reason why, in order to get that beautiful clear water, at least you should have a minimum water filtration on board. Now, within the world of coffee, quite often people say TDS, that's the magical number, TDS. Well, TDS is a nice number, but it doesn't tell you that much. Basically, what you're going to measure is conductivity. And conductivity is an electrical power we're going to put into the water, and that gives you a number. But that number cannot tell you what it is. Now, also notice that tap water, for example, in London, Paris, Brussels, Copenhagen, you roughly will have 450 ppms. Quite potentially possible that will be majority hardness scale. So you will have a scaling problem. Tap water in Oslo, New York, Melbourne, Boston, Seattle has less than 60 ppms. In those areas, you won't have that many problems with scaling because there's not much minerals. So if there's not much minerals, there cannot be a high amount of scale in the water. So it's advantage and disadvantage because we know we love to have a lot of scale for a great extraction of coffee. If I'm well informed, a lot of areas in South Africa have an average about 100 ppm on TDS. That's almost a perfect ideal water. So depending on where you are, you will have different waters. And before you start doing anything on your water treatment, you should at least try to check what kind of water is coming out of the tap. Now, what we see in the water is basically majority would be, if you take the mixture, you will have a partially positively charged ions and negatively charged ions. So there's some chemistry in the whole story. And of course, a pH. On the positive side, we mainly find calcium, magnesium. Sorry, one back up. Calcium, magnesium, those are the typical hardness minerals, which will make scale in your machine. But as a barista, I love to have as much as possible of those, because those are also going to do that chemical binding with my coffee beans and pull out these fine flavors and aromas. So it's about having the right amount. On the other side, we have the carbonates. Carbonates are the buffer. They stabilize the water. They don't want change. So these ones are the ones blocking the finest flavors, aromas to come out. So if I have too many of those, then of course I will not be able to create the greatest coffee. But one comes with the other. Alternatively, one can come with some other ones, like here, chlorides and sulfates. You might say, yes, no carbonates, that's a great thing to do. Yeah, but those elements will destroy your equipment from the inside. These are typically elements that create corrosion and will destroy your metal elements, but also your big stainless steel coffee machine. If you have more than 30 ppms and you raise the temperature about 60 degrees, your 316 stainless steel start to corrode. And notice that in your coffee machine, in the steam boiler, we go up to 130 degrees to create that pressure and steam. So you can imagine how aggressive that could be. Now, chlorides for your health and drinking water, you can have up to 250 milligrams a liter. Same for sulfates. If we look at the technical side, when you have more than 30, you should take care of it. And certainly if you go rather to the 100 ppms, that definitely needs to be managed, or you're going to be destroying your machine from the inside. And as well, releasing heavy metals in the water you're going to be using to make coffee. So it's about creating an ideal balance for all of this without destroying your machine. So the technical impact on equipment is more frequently also part of the warranty you get on your machines. So do not forget that. More and more manufacturers of coffee machines, they put in their warranty claims, the water should not exceed a certain level or you will have no warranty. So that could be quite expensive if you need to change your whole boiler or whatever because of the waters. This is an example of a vending machine in the Netherlands. You see all the inside of the boiler has been corroded away, but that metal went into the water we used to make coffee. On the other hand, this is a combi oven. You see the whole interior in 1 year time was rusty. You cannot use that anymore. So the whole machine goes to the trash after only 1 year of service. Imagine you have purchased this one for what, $6, $7, $10 or $10,000. That is quite expensive to throw away. And because of the claim on the warranty, you will have zero refinding. So you have to buy a new system. Look at that, be aware of it, that water can be destructive. When we talk about water filtration, we have several steps you can do. We have the mechanical filtration. Mechanical filtration is quite easy. It's you take your hand can block something. But depending on how far the spaces between your fingers, you can more or less block elements. We have the chemical filtration. Chemical filtration is the material, and mainly we talk about active carbon. Active carbon, it can adsorb, mean it takes an element out of the water, but will release it at a certain moment of time. Then we have the chemical filtration. That active carbon, same carbon or whatever inside, will take the chemical element and never release it again. Ion exchange is something else we know quite well. Ion exchange is where we're going to take out mainly the hardness minerals, and we are going to exchange them for another mineral, which will not create scale or solve the scaling problem. And then we have the demineralization or the reverse osmosis. Here we're going to manage the real mineral concentration in the water. You can do it much better or less. So you can handle all of that. These technologies are quite often used in food service and depending on what you want to achieve. How does water impact your drinks, your results? Well, these are 3 examples of tea. Here on the one side, you have black tea. And the right side, you have green tea. I used exactly the same tea, but just different water. Hard tap water from my house. I have it softened and I had it improved. You see on the top layer, the difference between serving in your restaurant or your coffee shop, a tea which looks so greasy, dirty, or something which looks appealing and pleasure to drink. Same for the green tea, even different. And with tea, you can do whatever you want. It's always right in your face. You cannot avoid it. So this is about difference making. A simple basic water treatment can help you serve your customers a clear, delicious drink, because taste is already 80% with the eyes. If it doesn't look great, it will not taste great. So if you serve something appealing, more likely they will enjoy it and ask and serve you or order you a second one. So do understand that it has an impact. On coffee, it has a similar impact, but less visual. Yet, in a time frame of only 24 seconds average for an espresso and a little bit longer for a filter coffee, we're going to develop body, taste, aroma, color, and crema on the espresso. What we know is that we love to have a lot of calcium and magnesium in the water because those are the elements who are pulling out these fine oils and aromas and flavors of the coffee. Yet there's no need to boost magnesium in the market. This is nice commercially explained by some people, but experience and testing in Cuppy show that the natural balance is an average about a 3-to-1 calcium versus magnesium. There's no reason to boost it. That's a good standard. The point is we have a mixture of minerals. And that mixture of minerals, we would love to manage that one in order to have a balanced solution that will prevent or save my equipment from scaling, but meanwhile also bring a result to get the best quality out of the cup. And that is the focus of a real water treatment. We start with knowing what's coming out of the tap, because way too often people are paying a lot of money for water treatments they don't need, or even makes the water worse than the original. So talk with your experts and have them analyze your water, and based on that only, you can have the right advice on what water treatment to use. Step 1, if we talk about drinking water, we talk about the impurities, the sediments, the dirt, the brownish water. To give you an idea, filtration, if the big blue circle would be 1 human hair you pull out of your head, that would be in the range of 50 to 75 microns. 1 micron is 1,000th of a millimeter. Visible to the naked eye, if your glass of water has some turbidity, you would be around 40 microns. Yeast is 3 microns, a bacteria 0.45 microns, and a virus would be with your pen, a little dust on your screen. So it's very tiny where we talk about filtration. This is 5 micron. All of these babies here go through up till the 0.5 micron. Now, if you're gonna heat up the water, that's less a problem than if you would be drinking. But for example, Cryptosporidium and Gardia are 2 elements which are cysts, which are easily get you ill, give you the stomach flu, similar as a stomach flu. Those are going through until you go at the 1 micron absolute to block them. Legionella, I put it on here. It can be filtered, but if you drink it, it's not a problem. It's only when you inhale it because of vapor, for example, in a jacuzzi or the steam from a shower, then it can be problematic when it gets into your lungs. Now, this is to understand how fine, at what level we talk about filtration. Give you a rough idea. You have filters, which are granulated active carbon. We're going to be talking about those briefly. we can, but those granular active carbon in some systems also for coffee equipment are used to have a lot of chlorine removal, but on sediment filtration, it doesn't represent anything. 5 micron, that's the average ideally we would look to have in hot water solutions, because it's already blocking a lot of dust and all of that. 0.5 micron would be your minimal for drinking water. More frequently, we go to 0.2 micron, where we also can reach a bacterial claim to block all the bacteria in the drinking water. Can go further. And then if you look at the other extreme, you see here reverse osmosis. That is very extreme on filtration level. You see how far different the jump is from a granular carbon to reverse osmosis. Now, all of these 0.5 micron sediment filtration, these are not meant to manage TDS. They are not meant to handle and bring the water a certain TDS or remove minerals. Those are focused to remove taste, odor, and bacteria, sediments, big things. If you talk about the mineral elements, you are going to reverse osmosis on a mechanical filtration. Soft area to average areas, less than 180 ppms. I would say even a little bit lower, but that's a rough idea. You would find active carbon filtration, and you will have a fine sediment filtration. With that, we're going to add scale inhibitor sequestering agent, which is a natural product. It's phosphor-based. And if you drink a Coke, or even if you drink a glass of milk, you will have 140 ppms of phosphor. In these kind of technologies, we're going to use 1 milligram a liter, 1 to 2 milligrams a liter, to sequester, to block the scaling formation. It will not prevent it, but it will delay it and reduce the scaling build up. So on time, you will have some scaling, but it's going to be taking time. And in quite some areas, certainly when you have less than 120, 130 ppms, scaling will be only a dust and kind of more a protective layer. Notice that also the water companies add polyphosphates to the drinking water to protect their distribution network from corrosion. So this is a corrosive protective and scale inhibitor, scale controlling solution. Low cost, high capacity, and if you combine that with a very fine filtration, you will also reduce the scaling potential, because scale needs a first base to start up. So with that, you have these kind of filters in the Pentair range, for example, Everpure, in different models, sizes, capacities. It will not change, and you will keep the limited amount of calcium, magnesium you have in the water, and you definitely want to keep for your coffee. It will stay in the filtered water. You will not remove it. So when you have low hardness, water of 100 and 130 ppms, please, that's a very low cost, high capacity, economical solution to handle a lot of water and to keep the most potential out of your water to brew ideal coffee and tea water. Now, just jumping one back, a lot of people are saying tea, you would need reverse osmosis, pure RO water. I'm not so convinced on that. From my taste perspective, tea, if it's very pure water, you will have more a flavored water. If your water has also about, like an ideal for filter coffee, 60 to 80 ppms water, or a little bit more on minerals, you will also develop more a structure, a base, body in that tea, and you will deliver more intense flavoring than you would have with a pure RO. So I challenge you thereby also to use for your tea and try with your tea different kinds of waters. You will result in different qualities. So coming back on this polyphosphate case, if your water in the ideal world where for coffee and tea, where the water is about here, hardness, total hardness compared to alkalinity or carbonate hardness, if your water is in this area here in the lower corner, oops, one too fast, that is an ideal, optimal, economical solution. So a lot to do with those. And it's also the most abundant used technology in the world today still. So do not hesitate. You do not, if your water is in that area, you might not need a softener. You'd rather want to keep that hardness in your water for that great cup of coffee. When you have hardness problems, your water is more than 150 ppm, you have quite some hardness. Classical alternative to do the to handle this, and mostly known, is the softeners, the scale in removal. So we have these metal housings that typically come with espresso machines. You need to regenerate manually, and a lot of people forget to do that. So it's more an accumulator of problems than and dirt and bacteria than it is a softener. You can go to the full automatic softeners. That is already a lot better. But what do they actually do? When the water goes through this resin inside these softeners, it takes out all the calcium and the magnesium and will replace it by sodium or natrium, depending how you call it, sodium though. So chlorides and sulfates are not managed, carbonates are not managed. Its only purpose is to take away calcium, magnesium, and have it replaced by sodium. That's its job, that's its only thing it does. With that, it means that you will remove all your calcium, magnesium, and remember, those are the elements I'd like to have for my coffee extraction. Yes, my equipment will not scale, but I will not be able to make a great cup of coffee. Explaining how here, for example, on a filter coffee, an example here for testing. Extraction is about volume of elements you can extract, the ideal world, the ideal elements, but also the bitterness, and time. And we know that at a certain point of the time, we will extract between 18 to 22% of the coffee, which is that ideal world balance between bitterness and the optimal aromas and flavors that will still be overwhelming. But with a sodium softened water, like you see on the picture here, first coffee went through, second coffee, which is sodium, same water but softened, it only went through 2/3. So about 1/3, 30% has not gone through yet, takes more time. So the extraction time goes over, and then bitterness is overwhelming whatever you had on fine flavors and aromas in your coffee. And that's one of the reasons why quite often this kind of situations, people have been drinking great coffee in your coffee shop. They take the coffee at home and they get crap out of the cup. And they blame everything and your material, and you might not have sold them the right coffee, but they never think about, what about my water? So this is quite simple. You solve the problem with scaling, but you create something which is not helping great coffee. You will not have the best flavors and aromas because the carbonates are blocking whatever you will try to get out of it, and you don't have the calcium magnesium to pull it out. So there's a lot of blocking and nothing to pull. Great against scale, bad against coffee, and it doesn't bring anything on sediment, dirt, taste, and odor filtration, so it doesn't help. So looking at what this kind of softening water treatment does, for example, if I'm in Brussels or London, that water will end up down here, which means further away from my ideal world of coffee. So if we're, even where you, let's say you might be here about 100, 120 ppms, your coffee, your water will end up here. Sure, your equipment will not scale, but don't try to make great coffees because it's not going to work. Medium hard water, a second technology we have introduced to the market is decarbonization, hydrogen softening. These are mainly sold in single-use cartridges. It's easy to handle and it has much more capacity than the sodium softener. What it does, actually it does exactly the same. The only difference is it will take out calcium, magnesium and exchange it for hydrogen, which makes that there is less minerals in the water, so your TDS will go down. Yes, great job. Less scale because calcium, magnesium went out. Yes, great job. And I have a bypass. I left some hardness in. Great job. By releasing hydrogen, I also destroyed a part of the carbonates, so less buffer. Yes, great job. But then comes the big but. In order to do the job where you are buying it for, no scaling in my machine, this technology has to go all the way. That means it has to go down that deep that it will crash your pH and make your water more corrosive aggressive. And as there is not enough buffering, it will make your water more problematic for the equipment. If that is also combined with chlorides and sulfates in the water, this is even more destroying the equipment. So you will have no scale in the machine, but you will destroy your machine from the inside. Like I explained before, corrosion, metal corrosion, destroying the machine, your investment. And at a certain moment of time, you might have to throw it away before you even have been able to regain the investment. So what it does, it will take your water, will bring down the TDS, will bring it closer to the ideal world, but there is a risk of corrosion. Now, notice this is a situation where today we know we have different technologies. We have seen the first one, polyphosphate, scale inhibitor. Great, but maybe not strong enough. Second one, sodium softener, scale great, but not good for coffee. Third one, great, but too aggressive, too problematic. So in that purpose, the next generation was developed, and which is a hybrid concept. And the hybrid concept is mixing the decarbonization, the aggressive decarbonization, but controlled with the scale inhibitor sequestering. So what it does, the previous technology, this hydrogen softening decarbonization is great, but too aggressive. So we're going to use that technology up to the level, down to the level, let's say, where it might start to become a problem. But before that, we're going to stop it. And then the second technology, the scale inhibitor, will take over. It's like you're combining your car, your hybrid car, a gas motor and electric motor, and they will combine and bring the ideal world. Well, this is also what's happening here. Scale inhibitor will take over, and that combined will one way control the scaling issues in the machine, but also develop a little defensive scaling deposit inside the boiler, a corrosion protection layer. That way, the chlorides and sulfates, which are still not removed, will not be able to attack the metal. And that combined is today by far best-in-class solution to combine scale controlling and corrosion controlling. And another good news with that is, with this development, there is also the potential to leave more calcium and magnesium in your water. That means that we have those added values to extract more from our coffee, to develop more body stability in a whole cup. You have to consolidate a little bit on the finest aromas and flavors because you have some more buffering, but it's a natural, correct, balanced situation. So instead of destroying your machine or not handling the problem or creating a water that doesn't help coffee, it is a hybrid solution that will deliver and will protect your machine and will handle scaling. Is it Mr. Perfect? No. Every system has its strengths and its weaknesses, but it's a great step in an economical solution towards your business. Yeah, but what if I want more? Well, the good news, there is more to go. Technology development is not standing still. There is more we can do. So, but for that, I will show you a little video. I hope it's coming through on how that Claris filter is working, and similar also with other cartridges. All right, this was a little break, also good for me. So what if you expect more? You want more from your water management. You might have other problems than just hardness, scale, or you are a nerdy, freaky guy like me, and you want to control your minerals to bring that best quality coffee out of in the cup. So up till now, we've been talking mainly about the classical sediments and managing the scale problem in a good or better way. But I want more. I want to control my minerals. That is a next generation or a complementary solution, Claris Prime. What is different with Claris Prime compared to the other Claris filters we have shown so far? Claris Prime is a mixed resin bed. If you would go purely from top to bottom, you would get pure H2O, pure water. You don't need that. You don't want that because we want to have some minerals and so on. But I can control it with the bypass setting at a certain level. I can control what's going to left over. And the big difference between the previous filters and systems we had and this one here, it will take out as well calcium, magnesium, and iron, but also sulfates, chlorides, and so on. So it is a solution to manage more problems than just scale problems. And with the bypass, you can decide and say, look, I have 300 ppms coming in. I put my bypass and I will have about 100 going out. And that 100 will be balanced, will be equal negative and positively. And you manage the whole story. So it allows you in this technology to control the TDS, and that's the first in the cartridge to do that. It comes also with a 5-micron carbon block, taste and odor filtration. So that's all part of it, but you will manage it. I call this cartridge reverse osmosis with blending in a bottle. Weakness of the system, it has a limited capacity. Now, if you are limited to 2-3 cartridges requirements a year, it is an economical, interesting solution. If you require more volumes, and that is depending how the lifetime of the cartridge is certainly depending on the quality of the incoming water, and of course how much water you use. But if you need more than 3 filters a year, you should consider and evaluate reverse osmosis system, because that will make it's a little bit more investment on the startup, but it's on the long and short and long term, it's much more economically lower cost. But this is a very great solution. I use it a lot on exhibitions as well, because then for the short time of life, you can create different waters. You can easily adjust the water, make it higher or lower in TDS for a small time in service. What about reverse osmosis? The next step. Watch out. Most reverse osmosis, and certainly the low-cost solutions, waste 80 to 90% of the water. What's happening? With pressure, and sometimes there's a booster pump or not, you push the water through a membrane. Only the purest water will go through the membrane, and some minerals. On average, a good RO solution system will be removing about 90 to 95% of the minerals. So a little left over going through, but most of the minerals stay on that side, on the incoming side of the membrane. Those need to be removed, flushed away. Otherwise, your membrane would be blocking, your system would be blocking in no time. So in order to do that, most RO systems to go and have some lifetime, they waste 80 to 90% of the water. That means that if you use 100 liters of RO water, in reality, you would have about 500 liters tap water used. If you only drink 1 liter of water a day at home, it's not going to be a huge case and huge cost. But if you use really 100 or more liters RO water a day in your business, that can be quite expensive. And notice that beyond energy, water is one of the highest bills in food service. So it's important to understand that reverse osmosis is a great technology. It's more and more frequently used in food service, but it can be very expensive if you don't look at the real performances. So what this does, it will bring your minerals concentration in the water all the way down, but way too far away from my ideal world. So I need to get back up in certain ways. Now, Here also on rejection, watch out because some market players are playing it a little bit clever and saying we can recover up to 60% of the water, but then in the small, and I don't understand why you have to put it in small wording, they put without counter pressure. Well, notice that we in food service, when we go for the coffee and we go for your food preparing, we have a closed system, which means you have counter pressure. And with that counter pressure, their reality would be really the 80 to 90%. So they're cheating with you on the marketing level. They're not cheating, let's say, what they say, because it's real. But that is a situation you will not have in your business because you will have a closed system, so counter pressure. Watch out for these marketing tricks. So coming back on production. So if my water would be 200 ppms or something like that, 240, it will bring it down to about 20, 25. So that's okay. You might love this for your tea, although like I said, I'd love to have a little bit more minerals, but that's fine. Now the question is, how do you get it back up? How do you get it back up to a higher TDS? And there are two major ways. One way is you will be using a mineral cartridge. You're going to have the RO system, pulling it down, and you have it followed by a mineral cartridge. We are all looking to the solution, but so far we have not been managed to control that. This is super irregular. Why? We have a mixture of different minerals. So one is releasing faster than the other one. But also the release of minerals is depending on the water quality that's coming in, the pH, temperature, flow, pressure, time. It is not stable. So if in your coffee shop you want to create that great cup of coffee and you calibrate your coffee in the morning, it could be that 10 minutes later you have a complete different water, so a complete different quality of the cup. So up till now, we are still struggling, all of us, to create that ideal situation, but it's the fact is we have to acknowledge it's still not stable. Your water will be jumping up and down, left and right. We're not there yet to create that perfect kind of stable water going to your machine. We're working on it. Time will show if we can. A different way, and the one we are controlling already many years, and it's still very stable and the most stable today, we are going to be mixing back some of the hard water, because your tap water is not wrong, it's just too much of wrong things. So we're going to use a tiny little bit of that to bring back the minerals, and that we can do on a quite controlled way. And this is where we make difference and stable. And it's also a lot cheaper than have to pay additional mineral cartridges. Now be sure, in some areas, there's no choice but to work with a mineral cartridge if the incoming water is that bad. But as said, you will not reach perfection, but sometimes you have no choice. Within that range, a recently an award-winning conserve system, very compact, can produce 15 liters an hour, and it runs great on an espresso machine. And I also have in Europe several customers using it connected with an additional tank to run a small batch brewer with it as well. The conserve unit is a award-winning concept because of the real 50% recovery. And that has been tested and approved by NSF. So here you have a 50-50, means that you are in the middle, at least you're recovering a lot of water. Classical RO has the other waste. A step bigger, plate mount, wall mounted, has a higher production capacity, can do much more on all of that. So what we're gonna do, they have a blending option. We're gonna take the hard water, we're gonna reduce the minerals and bring it back up to where you want it. So you can decide which kind of water you wanna have coming out. But one step beyond that, and that is has been developed for several QSR chains, we can go even further than that. And this is the generation MRS 600 from Pentair. Here we go up to really 80% water recovery. So where standard water has a lot of waste and a little production, the MRS H1 and H2 have a little waste and a high recovery. So this is where you're going to save a lot of money and water. and certainly in times where water is very sensitive and the availability is problematic, this kind of water solution is making a big difference. One of the systems, the HE1, you come in with one water quality and you can go out with two. One would be the pure RO water, one will be a blended water. And if you want to go freaky, we have been able to make up to 6. I have one installation with more than 6 different water qualities on the tap. So you can play with that and really develop your own project and own concept. So for those who might be coming over, I don't know if anyone of you will be coming to the World Coffee events in Host this year, where we'll have the Barista Championship and the Brewers Cup. These are the guidance of the water quality we will be preparing on site. If you come to Milan, outside of the exhibition area, the water has a much higher TDS, much higher, more minerals. So you will only be able to fine tune your coffee on stage, or if you have a water treatment that can deliver this kind of water. What's the point? Odor clean, fresh, odor-free water. That's the normal standard. Color clear, of course. TDS, we are in 125, 150 milligrams. But watch out which TDS meter you'll be using and which formula it's using. So this would be 125, rather, when you have a sodium chloride calibrated, the classical mainly used TDS meter, rather than 150 if you have the 442 formula on your TDS meter. So it's in that range. Just take a look at it, what you're using. You can always contact me or us, or also Andre from Ultimate Water to give you more feedback on that one. Total hardness would be in the range of 60 to 85 ppms. Alkalinity, near 40 ppms. No chlorine, iron-free, sodium less than 10 milligrams, absolutely, and a pH in the range of 7 to 8. Brewer's Cup, you will be a little bit lower in TDS. Now notice this, this is the mandatory water for the mandatory brew. When you go on the championship with your personal coffee, so not the compulsory coffee, but your personal round, you can use the water you want. So you can have different kinds of water, and we can brew different kinds of water on site as well. Just watch out. If you brew your own water, make sure that it is a natural balanced water, because the judges have to taste it. If the water has a clear off taste or different taste that comes more chemistry and not realistic, you can be disqualified. So the water, you can make your own water, but it has to be a natural correct. It can be cheap.
young company. And our idea actually started on one of our visits to Colombia, and we visited a coffee farm actually. And we did the whole tour and they showed us the harvesting, the processing, the cupping, and we were just absolutely blown away. And we also didn't just start Sabores because we love Colombia. Jose is from Colombia. It's our home away from home. And we love coffee. But we also started Sabores because Jose noticed a few years ago that Colombian coffees were mainly or commonly found either as a blend or as a decaf. And that's when we saw the opportunity to grow the specialty Colombian coffee market. And yeah, so in short, we import Colombian coffees. We only import Colombian coffees, and we only focus on specialty coffees. Sabores also means flavors. So, and that is exactly what we want you to experience through Sabores. We want you to experience the many diverse flavors of Colombia via its coffee. And Sabores has also led us to amazing farmers, young farmers, who are not afraid to experiment with their processes. They're kind of rebels when it comes to coffee farming. And we've had the great opportunity to meet with them just a couple of months ago on a tour when we went to visit them. And Jose is here to tell us about our visit and the coffees, so I will do his little slideshow and then he will tell you all about it. You can take the floor, mi amor.
All right. Oh, thank you. Just want to make sure that the connection is good as I get some delays here. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay. Thank you, Ian and Mel and the whole Creative Coffee Week team for allowing us to be part of such an interesting and an important event. It's been a while since the coffee community has gotten together since the whole pandemic started. I know very well how difficult these times have been. As Nicole said, I'm a doctor and I'm currently in Luanda, in Angola, fulfilling my duties. So unfortunately, I cannot be present there in person, but I'm very happy that I can address to all of you through here. I've been following the event in between patients via YouTube, and it's been absolutely amazing. And I think we're all on the same page. It's such a creative environment. We all come from different backgrounds. It's not only an important event for us as roasters, but also for a cup of coffee. Okay, so let's just get started. This is going to be a small presentation on our recent trip to my home country, to Colombia. We hadn't been there in about 4.5 years. So it was about time for me to go and see my family and friends, but also we went with Sabores' shirt to get to meet our providers personally and to source some of their copies while copying it right there with them. Okay, next slide. I just want to start with this. Where is Colombia? Do you guys know where Colombia is? Yes, most of you will know that it's in South America, and the tip of South America. It's important to know, in general, what comes first to your mind when you hear the word Colombia.
They said what you hate most, cocaine.
Well, at least they didn't say decaf. That's what I was expecting, but I was hoping you would say good coffee. Flowers, Shakira, you know, but yeah. Unfortunately, and you guys know it, that how we get pictures as well in South Africa, we get pictured for the bad things and for dark periods of our history, and that's what sells in Hollywood. That's what we all get to see. But as you can see, I'm just going to show you again that slide. Colombia is much more than Narcos on Netflix. Colombia is much more than Shakira, and Colombia is, at the end of the day, even much more than coffee itself. But me, as a representative of my country in South Africa, I just want, like Nicolette, to make sure that we got representation of something really special that we have at home, and that is good coffee. Just for information, the capital name is Bogota. We're quite a large country, and we do produce as well quite a lot of coffee per year. As for example, between 2019 and 2020, over 14,100 million 60 kilobags were produced. Of course, most of it commodity. And the good thing is, because of our climate, we have a harvest season, two main harvest seasons, but basically we have coffee production throughout the year. That's also something that differentiates the country from other countries that produce good quality coffee. And our language is Spanish. That's why I have this sexy accent that you hear. Okay, next slide. As you can see there on the timeline, 1927, the Colombian Coffee Federation was established, and that was great for us because it was the first time that the coffee farmers were represented as a group, and they could negotiate the prices of their coffee. Juan Valdez, and that symbol that you see there of Juan Valdez and the mule came to the picture in the late 50s, and is currently all over the world as a symbol of Colombian coffee. And currently, although Brazil and Vietnam are ranked first and second for global coffee production, Colombia is the third largest coffee producer in the world, and second of terms in global Arabica production. How did it become one of the world's favorite origins for coffee? Well, it's a mix of several factors. We have favorite climate conditions. As you saw on the map, we have the Atlantic Ocean on top. On the western part, we have the Pacific Ocean. We share with other countries like Brazil, Ecuador, and Peru the Amazon forest. We have the end of the Andes Mountains. So it's a perfect mix to get good altitude and a good mix of climates. But it's not only that. It's not only climate that makes good coffee. It's basically people. So it's good farming practices. It's great research. The Colombian Coffee Federation has the lab called Ceni Cafe. So why do we choose Colombian specialty coffee? Because, okay, you guys know as roasters that we are very famous for the mild Arabicas, and the great majority of the production of the country is washed commodity coffees. But we as Sabores decided to widen the offers in South Africa by exclusively focusing on specialty Colombian coffees, like Nicole said earlier. We can also be misguided. We have been approached several times for people asking for, yes, but what we want is an Excelso or a Supremo, as if it was a specialty grading system, when it is important to understand that Excelso and Supremo are basically a screen size denomination, which is very important. Every country has their own screen size denomination. And for example, Supremo is a screen 17 and Excelso is a screen 16.5 to 12. We always import between Excelso and Supremo. And again, the fact that your bag says Excelso or Supremo doesn't mean that you're going to have an amazing cup. As we produce just Arabica in Colombia, by law, washing processing became the norm, and a significant amount of our coffee is still shade grown. But we have over 19 producing regions, and we have found a very enjoyable diversity in flavor profile, hence our name, Sabores Different Flavors, thanks to the different climates and the all year round harvest happening. Some of those biggest flavor profiles come from difference in varieties, production, and the processing methods, and of course brewing styles. You will find that a Tabi, for example, grown and processed by Elkin Guzman in Pitalito, Huila, at almost 1,700 meters above sea level, will have a completely different cup profile from Atabi by Nicolas Ocampo from his farm located at 1,500 meters above sea level. Why specialty coffee? Because producers deserve to make a product. That's one. Secondly, why specialty coffee? Because the coffee is distinctive. It's importing coffee from individual farms, as Sabores does. We, Nicole and I, can pick and choose. You, as the roaster, can also pick and choose and tell us exactly what you need and what profile you will need. And there is something that becomes more and more important, which is full traceability and clarity in all the terms and in the whole process. Also, thirdly, we chose specialty coffee because specialty coffee tastes better. Also, producers have invested a lot of time, a lot of knowledge, and a lot of money in producing the best crop possible. So that is why we chose to do specialty coffee. Now, next slide. We want to give you take you a little bit by the hand to our recent trip to Colombia during this July. Again, it had been over 4 years since Nicole and I had been visiting my country, and there were many changes. We actually got there right after a period of social unrest. I'm sure some of you also read it in the news because that has affected the coffee industry tremendously. It has increased the price of the coffee, not only because of the crisis in Brazil, which also increases the price of the Colombian coffee, but also because we had the main routes and ports of the country blocked, and basically was almost or over a month of everything stopped. So you can imagine the farms with all the parchment there, the mills with coffee ready to be exported without being able to send it to the port. Currently, we're facing a huge crisis globally, not only because of the lack or shortage of containers, and Nicole can tell you later how hard it has hit us, but also because we still feel all the effects from that civil unrest. In any case, we were very lucky, and we got to the country right when everything was calm, and we had an amazing trip. Next slide. We started our trip in the heart of the country where most of the coffee is produced. And from there, we moved on to different regions. As you can see here on the slide, Nicole and I can be pictured with several world-renowned producers, but at the end of the day, they're human beings. They're people that are passionate like you guys are as well for their product, for coffee. And we made good friends. Next slide. So we started in our trip in this part of the map, which is the southwestern part of Colombia, in a department called Huila, in a town called Pitalito, where Pitalito currently is where most of the coffee of Colombia is coming out of. It has a great climate because it's where the central and eastern ranges of the Andes Mountains converge. Thanks to the location, it's basically the exit point to Ecuador, Peru, Amazon forest. It's a melting point of cultures, and it has the perfect microclimate and altitude to produce high quality coffee all year round. Next slide. We started our visit to the farms visiting this gentleman here. He's one of the main masters of specialty coffee in Huila. His name is Elkin Guzman. You guys will be able to cup today one of his chronic macerated coffees. His estate has several exotic varieties. He has Catiope, Mocha, Tabi, Geisha, Orange Stripe, and Pink Bourbon. We're going to be bringing a little bit of everything from his estate soon, as soon as the container. Nicole will basically tell you
lots of
that
beer
there was
and lots of aguardiente.
lots of it. which made our visit even more interesting, and the coffee even tasted much better after a couple of shots of aguardiente, so you can try it. So he showed us his different processing methods, and one of our favorite processing methods from Elkin is the carbonic maceration, which is a technique that Elkin and his team have perfected over the last 6 years. Sasa Sestich as himself was also involved with El Mirador initial carbonic maceration projects. You can actually see on Sasa's book that he acknowledges Elkin at the beginning or at the end of the book. And he also developed his own process like natural hydrohoney, natural acetic, natural lactic fermentation, all these crazy new processes that are absolutely amazing and that are not for the purists or faint of heart. As you can be probably following, there's an interesting discussion going on internationally regarding different fermentations and also infused coffees, and we will talk about that later. None of these coffees are infused, but that brings out a very interesting conversation regarding innovation in coffee. Now, next slide. We also visited Rodrigo Sanchez and his wife, Claudia Zamboni. Next slide. They had us at their farm where they have the most beautiful views from up high in the mountain. We had a cupping with over 15 different coffees from Rodrigo and from Elkin. They introduced to Colombia pink bourbon. They also cultivate their geisha purple caturra, who is already in South Africa. Pacamara, our friends in Toro, did a tremendous job roasting their Pacamara for their special birthday edition. They're also doing Laurina, which is very low in caffeine. So you don't really always need to go decaf. Look for varieties like Laurina or very low in caffeine. And of course, you'll see with the coffees that you're going to have there from his farm, the gold blend, that he does a really, really great job. Elkin, of course, and Rodrigo together, along with their team, they're very, very naughty kids, and we had a lot of a lovely time with them. They took us to their dry mill, this one called Aromas del Sur, which is a top-of-the-art dry mill in Pitalito with Piñalense equipment. It started less than 2 years ago, and it has several stages of electronic sorting of parchment, and it ends up with hand sorting at different levels by expert local women who make sure that only the top best beans from micro and nano lots are packed and exported. You were talking yesterday about the importance of women in the industry. Women have always belonged to the industry. It's just that basically now we're acknowledging their presence and their importance in all different levels. Next slide. We moved from Huila to my hometown area. Before that, we want to introduce you to this important project called El Puente. El Puente is a wet mill created by the Aromas del Sur team, Rodrigo, and his families and friends around a little town called Palestina. They process beautiful naturals, an amazing wash that we call special selection, and a great honey. You are going to be cupping today El Puente honey. So it's a great community project. You're going to hear from El Puente project pretty soon. Great coffees and at a great price as well. All right, move on to the next slide. Then we move to down to the southwestern part of Colombia called Trujillo, in the area where I was born in Valle del Cauca. Next slide. We spent a couple of days with this gentleman here, Mr. Nicolas Ocampo, who used to be my neighbor when we were both students at his father's farm, Finca La Julia. Nicolas inherited the farm from his dad, and he has completely moved from traditional coffee growing to exotic varieties and progressive measures. He has a beautiful family, and we were hosted by his wife and his 3 children. Nicolas took us through his Java fields, Tabi fields, Geisha, and his naturals are absolutely amazingly clean. We've had them in South Africa already. Some of them are on their way. We moved, next slide. From Nicholas, you see this is one farm after the other, and it was absolutely mind-blowing. We were just very humbled by being welcomed by all these different farmers, as you can see, young entrepreneurs, agronomists, willing to make the coffee, the Colombian coffee, much better. In Calarca, in Quindío, we met with Sebastian from El Placer Coffee Farm. We spent the night in his eco coffee glamping, which was an absolutely amazing experience. For those of you who ever were into glamping and camping, if you ever go to Colombia, we will give you the information. It was a great experience. He's quite new in the international specialty coffee scene, but he's already quite famous in Korea and Russia. And he's always willing to learn and exploring techniques from Elkin, from Diego Samuel Bermudez. And we were lucky to bring to South Africa several of his exciting coffees. Among of them, there's Pumpkin, Whoosh Whoosh, and several others that are on their way. From his farm, we moved a little bit further north to Pereira in Risaralda, where we met, next slide, with Julio Madrid, the guy on the left side, and his right hand, who is next to me, Julio Andres. They welcomed us in the lab, and that is something that we enjoyed very much. All these different farmers are putting a lot of time and effort in science. So these guys have their own lab. We had a great cupping there, and they are doing something called culturing, which is, of course, a fermentation technique, very, very new. It's currently being used by a few farmers, but it's quite tricky because it includes, of course, fermenting it with some bacteria or some yeast, and then letting them dry as naturals or as honeys, and the flavors are absolutely amazing. From Mr. Madrid, we're going to be bringing some coffees fermented with passion fruit, with pineapple. So it was overwhelming when it came to the senses, the visit to that farm. Next slide. From his farm, and let me see. Okay, this is also very close to where I grew up, almost in the same city, in the town of Pichinde. Next slide. We were extremely lucky to have a full day at Inmaculada Coffee Farms. Those of you who have been following the different international competitions have heard of Inmaculada. Always they won important national awards among the competition. They have these farms in the world that have it, the Eugenoides. They have the Sudan Rume, and they have Geisha. We are bringing Sudan Rume to South Africa, and as you can see in this photo, you can see the farmer, Mr. Julian Olguin, and look at how interesting the way that they dry. Just to let you know, we are amount of time, but we were in touch, and I was able to get a hold of Mr. Felipe now, and we are actually bringing to South Africa his in 2020. So we're bringing his washed Chiroso, and we cannot wait to have it here. As you've seen so far, they're all young people willing to break the mold. This is Creative Coffee Week, and we want to show you that Colombia is currently being extremely creative when it comes to coffee. They're following very scientific processes and thoughts, and they have good labs, great curators, and amazing exotic varieties waiting for us to bring it to South Africa to cup. I leave now the floor to Nicole, and we'll be able to answer some of your questions later. I hope the connection wasn't too bad, as it's been quite quite difficult here.
No, you were great, thank you. So we actually have a video for you that Alken Guzman and Rodrigo made especially for this event. We chose 3 coffees, El Puente Honey, a gold blend, and then a carbonic macerated coffees. I put on the table some brochures with all the information and the notes of the coffees. There's a QR code that can take you to our website with more details on the coffees. But I would like to show you the video that they made. It's unfortunately in Spanish. There is subtitles. They talk very fast. So if you don't get everything, you're welcome to ask us afterwards when the video is done. So we can play that video, please.
Hola a todos, buen día. Mi nombre es Rodrigo Sánchez.
Mi nombre es Alken Guzmán.
Y los saludamos desde Pitalito, Huila, Colombia. Es un placer para nosotros saludar a todas las personas en Sudáfrica y a cada uno de nuestros clientes.
Queremos agradecer a Sabores en nombre de José y Nicole por permitirnos estar compartiendo nuestros cafés en Sudáfrica y estar aportando hoy en este evento. Bueno, yo quiero compartirles un poco del café que hemos podido compartir con Sabores y que está en este momento ustedes disponibles a degustar. Es un catiope bajo un proceso de maceración carbónica. La variedad catiope es una variedad que tenemos hace más o menos unos 6-7 años en Finca El Mirador. Estamos ubicados en Pitalito, Huila, Vereda del Rosal. Es una variedad que me llamó la atención por su parte productiva, su parte de resistencia a roya y por el perfil en taza que hemos logrado con ella. Este material, pues, en las visitas que una vez se realiza a otras fincas o a otros departamentos, pudimos ir a Popayán, a un centro de investigación donde se evalúan materiales genéticos de café, pues, para buscar mejor productividad, resistencia a esa roya. Y me llamó mucho la atención en el lote donde tenían este material. Y cuando yo pregunté, pues, a los encargados de que dónde provenía esa variedad, me dijeron que estaban apenas en etapa de investigación, porque eran cafés caturras colombianos que estaban cruzando con líneas etíopes de cafés africanos. Entonces estaban buscando compensar la parte productiva con parte del mejoramiento en la calidad en taza del café. En ese momento pues apenas estaba iniciando el proceso de investigación, pero pues yo me atreví, me arriesgué a tomar algunas semillas de esos árboles. Las trajimos a Capitalito a la finca e hicimos todo el proceso de germinación, el tema de almácigo y posteriormente la siembra. Y pues cuando ya tuvimos todo el desarrollo, después de 2 años y medio, pues encontramos diferencias todavía entre algunos materiales, algunos árboles, pero sin embargo fuimos seleccionando como las plantas que más nos gustaban, nos atraían y empezamos a desarrollar protocolos para llevarlos a un proceso determinado. Entonces la variedad catiope tiene unas bondades muy buenas en taza para un proceso natural que hacemos también y para el proceso de lavado a través de maceración. Que el proceso como tal que les puedo compartir ahora es un proceso que hemos trabajado ya hace más o menos unos 6-7 años de investigación, porque hemos sido muy curiosos de estar tratando de mejorar día a día en los procesos del café, buscando ofrecerles a ustedes una mejor bebida o algo que los enamore y los atraiga más al poder disfrutar a través de un sorbo de café o de una catación y poder vivir esa experiencia de qué hay detrás de ese café. Entonces nosotros hemos investigado mucho en el tema de fermentaciones, todavía lo seguimos haciendo al lado de Rodrigo, que es también un gran amigo y un gran compañero en todo el tema que estamos desarrollando. Entonces empezamos a ver cómo podíamos mejorar o optimizar la fermentación para no perder aquellas bondades que tiene la finca a través de su oferta ambiental, que tiene la variedad y que nosotros como los encargados del proceso pues debemos transformar, porque la fermentación es en sí una transformación de todas esas bondades que tiene ese café, que está concentrado en esa semilla, en esa almendra y en ese mucílago, y que son procesos de transformación que se desarrollan por microorganismos que están en el mismo café, en el mismo ambiente, o por inoculación que nosotros podamos hacer. Entonces este proceso consiste en que buscamos resaltar que el dulzor, el cuerpo de la bebida, mejorar, intensificar la fragancia y el aroma y darle una brillantez a la bebida como tal. Entonces el proceso consiste que podemos tomar las cerezas, en el proceso de beneficio se realiza una clasificación de las frutas maduras Tenemos unos rangos característicos para poder iniciar el protocolo, que son unos grados de maduración, medición de azúcares de grados Brix, que estén en un promedio entre el 20 y el 24% de toda la masa que vaya a fermentarse, que la escala de maduración, o sea que el porcentaje de la maduración de todo el lote que se vaya a fermentar esté mínimo en un 90% de granos maduros. Después esto se lleva a una selección manual donde tratamos de optimizar más esa selección. Esta cereza entra a su primera fase de maceración, que es introducir el café en unos tanques de agua, unas canecas, donde tenemos una capacidad de almacenar más o menos 180 kilos de café cereza. El café se deposita ahí sin ninguna aplicación. Entonces el café después se sella herméticamente con su tapa y lo podemos dejar determinados periodos, dependiendo de la temperatura que haya en el ambiente, de la caída del pH que pueda tener el café, pero los rangos más o menos que estamos manejando para la variedad está entre 96 y 120 horas en caneca. Esos son los rangos que estamos manejando. Después de que el café cumple ese ciclo ahí, el café ha sufrido unos cambios enzimáticos, algunos cambios químicos también, pero la cereza ha estado protegiendo la almendra y el mucílago, o sea que todavía no se ha iniciado el desencadenamiento de una fermentación todavía microbiológica como tal. Este café lo sacamos, se lleva a la zona de beneficio donde es despulpado. Cuando despulpamos el café, como lo van a poder ver en las imágenes, el café cambia este proceso hace que cambie el color del mucílago, cambie la densidad del mucílago porque el café aumenta de tamaño, el pH también cambia un poco y el café libera unos líquidos que nosotros le llamamos musto. Entonces es un líquido que va rico en azúcares, rico en microorganismos y con un pH pues más o menos entre 3, 5 y 4. Ese mismo musto nosotros cuando despulpamos el café, se recoge el café nuevamente, se deposita en la caneca y con ese mismo musto se le aplica el café otra vez para que inicie la segunda etapa de fermentación, pero esta vez ya como grano en baba, grano despulpado. Este café vuelve y se tapa herméticamente con su tapa y lo volvemos a dejar el mismo tiempo que se le dio en cereza, entre 96 y 120 horas. Aquí ya realmente se desencadena todo el proceso ya de fermentación como tal a través de la maceración, que lo que está haciendo es que esos microorganismos toman esos azúcares, los empiezan a metabolizar o a consumir esos azúcares porque es su alimento, empiezan a producir CO2, gas carbónico. Ese gas carbónico empieza a desplazar el oxígeno que empieza a salir pues por unas válvulas que tienen las tapas y empieza a llenar todo el ambiente de CO2, que es ahí donde realmente se desencadena el proceso de maceración carbónica. Todo el desplazamiento del CO2 y saturación de CO2. Esto logra que tengamos cafés mucho más balanceados, como les decía, con mejor fragancia, más aromáticos. El cuerpo también mejora bastante y vamos a tener unos cafés bastante exóticos y buenos para ser consumidos por nuestros clientes. Entonces nosotros estamos en una mejora continua, estamos felices de poder compartir con ustedes y que les guste nuestro trabajo y nuestro café. Un saludo desde Colombia y por acá los esperamos.
Hoy queremos compartir con todos ustedes nuestro Blend Gold, que es un proceso lavado, el cual desarrollamos en nuestra finca Monteblanco. Es una mezcla de algunos lotes de geisha y borbón, caturra púrpura, que hacemos en la finca, el cual desarrolla este mix de variedades y nos permite desarrollar una taza muy compleja. Es un proceso, repetimos nuevamente, lavado, que lo hacemos, el mix de esta variedad se hace desde cereza, el cual llevamos a una fermentación anaeróbica de estas cerezas inicialmente por unas 50 horas, dependiendo obviamente del contenido de grados Brix que contenga cada una de las variedades. Hacemos la mezcla, va a una homogenización dentro de la caneca y se hace una fermentación entre 50 horas en promedio. Luego de este proceso de fermentación lo que hacemos es un despulpado y va nuevamente a una fermentación en canecas por otras 50 horas. Lo que buscamos con este café primero es resaltar la complejidad de la bebida. Buscamos que por lo menos el geisha obtenga el cuerpo que tiene las tazas del borbón y así se haya un mix dentro de cada una de estas tazas. Es un blend que ha gustado mucho, lo hacemos con muchísima continuidad dentro de los procesos de la finca Monteblanco. Esperamos que lo disfruten y obtengan pues la taza que cada uno desea de este café. Queremos compartir también con cada uno de ustedes nuestro proyecto de cooperación entre productores, Aromas del Sur y nuestro exportador Clear Path Coffee. Es una central de beneficio llamada El Puente. Este proyecto lleva con nosotros alrededor ya 3 años. Es un proyecto que fue creado con el fin de desarrollar un tipo de caficultura y procesamiento diferente. Fue creado con la asociatividad de 112 familias. Está ubicada en el municipio de Palestina, a unos 12-13 kilómetros del casco urbano de Pitalito. Este proyecto busca vincular familias productoras de café que no tienen más de 2-3 hectáreas en ejercicio de cultivo y que no contaban con procesos de beneficio para pues procesar su café. Muchos de estos cafés se iban a un mercado convencional y a cafés corrientes. Entonces, en un proyecto de cooperación lo que hicimos fue reunir estas ideas y reunir también contar con clientes amigos y en este caso muy especial con la gente de Sabores que nos ha acompañado dentro de este proceso y así lograr desarrollar unos tipos de café diferentes y que estos cafés no se perdieran en los mercados tradicionales o de commodities pues que hay en la ciudad de Pitalito. Este proceso se desarrolla en 3 procesos diferentes. Siendo el más fuerte natural, buscamos que este proceso sea el más grande en productividad. ¿Por qué? Porque tiene un impacto dentro del área ambiental también. Es decir, con natural no tenemos contaminaciones de aguas, no tenemos contaminación con pulpa, entonces es un proceso que ayuda demasiado al medio ambiente. El segundo es un honey, hacemos que este proceso también, pues para los gustos de algunos de nuestros clientes, desarrolle un perfil diferente de cada una de las fincas. Y el tercero es el Blend Special Selection. Es el café que hacemos lavado dentro del puente, con él buscando ocupar los 3 reglones más importantes del café colombiano. Buscar un café suave colombiano con unas características muy especiales por las condiciones en las que está la central y contando con toda la parte ambiental que nos acompaña dentro de la zona. Y el puente se ha especializado en desarrollar este tipo de cafés, logrando así el mejoramiento de calidad de vida de las familias, de aquellas personas que no contaban antes con un sobreprecio en estos cafés. Hoy, gracias a Dios, pues obtienen un mercado diferente y ya con todo lo que hemos logrado hacer a través del apoyo de nuestros clientes y cada uno de ustedes que consumen estos cafés, sepan que están ayudando a familias de escasos recursos a un mejoramiento de calidad de vida. Toda esta gama de café la encuentras disponible en Sudáfrica a través de Sabores. Queremos agradecer a cada uno de ustedes por el apoyo que nos brindan, no solamente a nosotros como productores que estamos hoy aquí, sino todas estas familias que están detrás de este gran proyecto. Muchas gracias, un abrazo desde Colombia y esperamos verlos pronto por acá. Muchas gracias.
1, 2. Okay, so thank you so much for that, Nicole. What we're going to do now, and for those of you who are at home with your interactive event kits, if you can take out the Sabores one, Nicole, I'm going to ask you to take them out. And what you guys in the room have in front of you are 3 coffees. So we're going to do a side-by-side tasting here. So this is what's in your interactive event kit at home. So if you're watching online, this is what we've got, and this is what we're tasting, and we're going to be discussing.
Is Jose still online with us?
Jose, if you can hear us. There he is.
Is this still working?
Yes, yes.
Yeah? Yeah, it's working. Okay. Did everyone get that on the video? If you have any questions, I know it was very fast, so if there's any questions, you're welcome to ask us. So, yeah, we have the 3 coffees, the El Puente Honey, as they discussed, the Gold Blend, which is a blend of purple Caturra, pink bourbon, and a geisha, and then the the Cateaupe, which is a carbonic macerated coffee from Alken. Yes? Have you tried the coffees? Any comments on the coffees?
We just have to speak into the microphone, Neil, so that the people online can get the full benefits of your insightful question.
Why did you make a blend?
Sorry?
Why did you make a blend?
The gold blend. That's the blend that he chose, and those 3 coffees complemented it and brings out the flavors that he wanted in that blend. And you can either use that blend to stand on its own or
normally
as a backbone.
from Colombia. Yes, exactly. So normally from Colombia, when you have a farm blend, you have Castillo, Caturra, and Colombia varieties. In this case, Rodrigo, like you saw earlier on the presentation, Rodrigo in his Monte Blanco farm has purple Caturra, has pink bourbon, has geisha varieties and other exotic varieties. So it's something very unique. That's why he put the extra gold on the name, these are 3 very rare varieties, and you actually never get to see them together. So he's a very curious guy, and he started to mix and match, and he thought that as a wash coffee of these 3 varieties, it would make a bomb.
But was it blended after roasting, or were the green beans blended?
The green beans were blended.
Or the
Yes.
cherries? Were the cherries blended together?
Mi amor? Cherries blended or green beans blended?
So it is processed in the farm. Yes, exactly. So it is milled each one apart, and they're all washed. And at the end, he blends the green beans together.
How do you find it? Good? Yeah. So with the cateaupe, like you all see there, it's your yellow fruits that will come through. Pineapple, peachy, gold blend also will have your yellow fruits. And like we said, a gold blend can either be, you can use it as a backbone on your blend, or it can be great to stand on its own. And then the honey, any comments on the honey? It's more cherry, red winey.
From the farms, it looks like there's a lot more infrastructure in South America than there is from the videos and the photos that we saw from Africa. It looks like the Colombian farms that we saw now have a lot more infrastructure and a lot more sort of a professional look, if you will, from a processing perspective and so on. So there's a lot of investment, I'm sure, that goes into the farms.
Yeah, from the farms that we visited, we went through quite a variety. For instance, Alkin and Rodrigo has established have big farms, and they've come a long way and built their amazing drying stations, and they're quite developed. And then we've also, when we moved down to Valle del Cauca and we visited Nicolas, he's again a much smaller farm who does everything on a much smaller case, and his infrastructures looked completely different. So they all do it on their own way. They can either be small or big. Yeah. Hope that answers it.
That's right. That's right. And each one of these farmers with their mills in their own farms have full control over their processes, independently of the extension of their farms, how many hectares they have. As you say, there's been a lot of investment because this is a generational thing. But lately, it's all about investing in science, in technology. It is still all hand-picked, it is still all hand-sorted, which is the main thing, but there's a lot of new ways of developing and processing their coffees. And if you remember those images that we showed there, it's very much technified in different stages, and that is so that they are able to offer us the same type of cup year after year to make sure that they have stability in their processes.
Any other questions? Eduardo.
Hey, Jose, long time.
Another guy with a sexy accent.
Well done for the delicious coffees. Just for people understand a little bit about Colombia growing.
Thank you, sir.
When I was in Colombia, I saw that the government helps a lot on the farms, on the small farms, mainly for they communicate with a dry mill and get out of the mountains, because coffee grow by the mountains is very difficult to get out. There is no roads and stuff like that. Can you give just a little paint for us, for people understand a little bit more the concept of growing coffee in Colombia, which is totally different in Brazil? So, yeah.
Yes. Thank you for the question. Nice to see you, Eduardo, and I'm glad that you've been there. You've seen how it is, and you can say from firsthand the difference in between different coffee regions and two different countries. So the Colombian Coffee Federation has played a major role in the country's coffee production and research. They, thanks to in large part thanks to what they've done since they got created in the early 20th century, we are where we are now. Like you said, Eduardo, when it comes to coffee farmers, they are helped, I wouldn't say always by the government, but by an institution like the FNC, when giving them teaching them different ways of sustainability, giving them for free the seeds. That's why we have Castillo all over. That's why they have Variety Colombia, and that's why of the Caturra. They make sure that they teach the farmers and that they keep a farming culture ongoing. It is a very well organized machinery. It helped to create a general idea and to raise the standards of quality when it comes to coffee production, even from the small holdings to these larger producers. In our case, we have teamed up with guys that really don't follow the FNC rules and regulations. They break the mold, but again, they're the exception to the rule. And it is important to give credit to an important organization like the FNC that has done a lot for the coffee farmers. It is up, of course, to the coffee farmer to continue with the traditional way of farming, which is basically mild wash Arabicas, or to go crazy and explore. But to go crazy and explore, you need to study, you need to invest a lot of money, either yours or to have an investor, and you need to get your coffees out of the country to get that premium rate that they're getting when it comes to specialty coffee. So yeah, thanks for the question. It is quite important to acknowledge that it is a well-oiled machinery and that it has worked well over the last decades for our coffee industry.
All right, thank you, Jose. Anyone else? Probably got time for one more question, I think. Oh, sorry. Mr. Percy.
Thank you. I want to ask, I don't know if it is a clear question, but on your Caturra, I see that there are growing characteristics, but what I would want you to explain is the processing, because I see the processing is fully washed, but then there is fermentation of 96 hours carbonic maceration. Was this to achieve the organoleptic of the acidity, or how does it work? What was the purpose of the 96 carbonic maceration, and how did you achieve that if you had fully washed the coffee?
All right. So what Elkin does with the carbonic maceration is basically two different stages, as you say, of fermentation. He takes, in this case, a catiope, but we also have in carbonic macerated his tabi and his caturra. Each one of them is quite different. The first stage of fermentation is a fermentation in cherry, in closed, closed, how do you call that?
Like barrels?
The containers, closed containers. He lets them, yes, with water, and in that first stage of, let's say, cold fermentation, they spend around 96 hours. That's again in cherry. There's some culturing going around, which means there's bacteria or yeast. And of course, for that first stage of fermentation, it is quite difficult for everything to go inside of the coffee bean, of the cherry itself. That's why he takes the coffee out after that first stage of fermentation, and depulps it and puts it back again for the same. Now depulp the same that juice makes sugar and bacteria or yeast, and gets it closed and with the CO2 to create that maceration.
Hello, are you still there?
Did you get most of what you needed there, Percy? Yeah, I think so. All right, I think that's kind of our time up. So just a big round of applause to Jose and Nicole. Thank you so much for that presentation.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Okay, folks, so we've got, this is the program. We've got something exciting coming up next. It's our international spotlight, and we're going to play a game, and we've got some prizes, and we've got two amazing coffees to taste. The one is from probably... What?
No, I thought you were going to give it away. Carry on.
I got this.
Okay.
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 You're going to get served two different coffees, and then there's going to be a quiz. And whoever's the last man or woman standing is going to win the prize.
Yeah, so now you've been tasting coffees for 3 straight days. So we expect that you
Very high standards.
have learned some things. And so this is your chance to show off your skills. So we're going to do a blind tasting.
I'm going to tell them who the coffees are from, and then I'm going to ask them questions.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so, because I just want to tell you guys, you're going to get excited. So who's heard of Chris Bucker and Jared Truby? Put your hands up. Kath Bland has. Okay, they are very cool guys from the west coast of America, and they run a coffee roastery called Cat and Cloud. And they are really cool guys. They're very similar to those Spanish guys we spoke to yesterday. They're a little bit like that. They skate. They're pretty young. They're pretty progressive. So we're expecting some wild flavors out of that. And then the other coffee that we've got is probably one of Europe's most celebrated roasteries, and that's 3FE. Have you guys heard of 3FE? Colin Harmon and Stephen Layton, those two cats. So we've got those coffees, and they're going to be put in front of you. They've been brewed at the back by Winston. Thanks, Winston. And then we're going to play a multiple choice elimination game. And whoever is last is going to win the prizes. You're going to win some of that coffee to take home with you.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say thanks to Colin as well for sending across an array of delicious coffees. He actually sent them for the first Creative Coffee Week, so I've been keeping them on ice until now because the date's changed. So I'm excited to see how that process works out too. So, yeah.
So, but what we've got to do now, because you've just had 3 of these specialty coffees from Colombia, is a very short water break. Cleanse your palates, go to the ultimate water stand, and make sure you're on top form, because you want to win this thing. All right. Okay. Go. Elevation. Ooh. SHG. Hey, Mike? Okay, so that's what you got to guess. If you get 4 out of 4, then you win the coffee. All right. They're coming. They just they need like 5 minutes of zen to get in the zone, drink the water, get their cupping spoon technique, atomize all the molecules across the pellets. You guys, you're professionals. This is what you do. You need to be good. Okay, so process, continent, origin, elevation. And hopefully, I hope there's not like 15 people standing because I don't have enough coffee to give out. You want a date with Mel? Or Winston, for that matter. Depending on your preference. Are those the prizes?
Yes, those are the prizes.
Ooh, yeah, these are the prizes, guys. 3 FE.
But did you say
Cat and Cloud.
Did you say varietal? Is that part of the?
Yes, varietal,
Okay,
definitely.
just checking.
I did say varietal, didn't I?
I don't think you did.
Okay, it's varietal as well.
I think that
Of course
should,
it's varietal.
I think that should be the tiebreaker. So
You think so? Yeah, okay. Varietal, I thought elevation would be the tiebreaker.
no innovation.
Yeah, elevation, illustration.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going, it'll be varietal. Okay, that's the
Okay.
tiebreaker.
Coffee number 1 is coming out now.
Do you know which one it is? Is it 3FE or Cat and Cloud first?
Isn't that one of the guesses?
No.
Then it's 3FE.
Okay, 3FE, going Irish. Luck of the Irish first.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. All right, when you have your coffee in front of you, so you have to stand up. James,
You have to stand.
up you get. You have to stand up. It's a process of elimination. Okay.
Oh dear.
If you're left standing, you win. If you're sitting at the end, then you're a loser.
Quizmaster Evans.
No one wants to be a loser.
Okay, it may still be a little bit hot. Don't burn your tongues. That's bad basics for trying to guess the origin.
That's why you need your cupping spoons, so that you can blow.
Oh
Scoop and
yeah,
blow.
guys, you have your engraved
Have you guys used your cupping spoons yet?
Come
They're in your
on.
event kits.
They're in your kits. Slurping. I hear some slurping happening. Go Kath, go Kath.
Was that you, Kath, from
Yeah,
the back
that
of the
was-
room? My
You can hear it
goodness
from
me.
a mile away. The slurp, the slurp.
She is a pro.
That is impressive. Okay, Chad's in it to win it. He's like, okay. Bring me
Yes,
some.
I love it. Look at the cupping spoons coming out.
There you go.
These guys are the real deal. Okay, so these are the categories again. What process? What continent? What origin? What elevation? And the tiebreaker, varietal.
Okay, all right. I mean, I would never be able to do this, so props to everyone who's making an effort.
Okay, if you're in the competition, you got to stand up. So if you're in the competition, stand up. All right, here we go. Are we having a good slurp, a good taste there? Okay.
You want to try?
Chad's in it, Frederick's in it, Chang's in it,
Chang's in it. Whew,
Mike
whew,
McDee's in it.
whew.
Oh, Eduardo's
God.
is upstanding.
Whoa, we've got Rory.
Rory
in the mix.
Ooh la la. Come on, Rowan Munting. Come on.
Come on.
Represent. Table
There
View,
we go. Yeah,
West Coast.
yeah. Nicole, come on. You got to test your skills.
Nicola Mayer, come on. Up you get. Okay.
All right.
Is this us? Are you guys ready?
Yeah, they've just got number 1, and we're doing one at a time.
We
Yeah.
are doing 3FE.
Okay, cool, cool,
so
cool.
show them the grand prize there, Winter.
Oh.
Can they see it?
But there's 3 prizes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, it's multiple choice, so you got 3 options. Okay. Is it a washed? Is it a natural? Is it a honey process? Okay, those are your options, multiple choice. Okay. If you think it's a washed, raise your right hand. If you think it's a natural, raise your left hand. Now you've got to put your cup down on the table, else you're going to spill it on your head. Okay? So right hand is washed, left hand's natural. If you honey processed, both hands in the air. All right. If you have both your hands in the air, sit down. If you said it was a natural, sit down. Ooh, look, the field's gone, decimated. I thought that you were all coffee professionals. Who's left?
Okay.
Johan, Rory, and Dwayne. Is that it? We're straight into the semi-finals. Jeepers.
That was.
We can just
tough.
give them each a bag
That
and
was
it's
tough.
done. Okay, so it's a washed coffee.
Okay.
Okay, what continent is it from? Is it from Asia? Is it from Central or South America? Or is it from Africa?
Oh la.
All right, there's only 3 of them, so we're just going
Yeah.
to do it this way. Which
Oh,
one is it,
okay.
Johan?
Africa.
Hey, interesting. Rory?
I also think it's Africa.
Oh, you also think it's Africa. Dwayne?
South America.
We have a winner, ladies and gentlemen. It's Dwayne Fiorita.
What? No, you're wrong.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm totally
he's
wrong. It's Africa.
It's
You
Africa.
two stand up.
Yeah.
You
Sorry.
sit down.
Sorry, I've got to keep him in line.
I
Yeah.
put it in the wrong
Yeah,
order.
I know.
My
Okay,
bad.
it's
Sorry,
fine.
folks.
I got your back.
Okay,
I got
now
your
we've got a
back.
real final. It's
Okay.
even better. It's even
Africa.
better. We've got a real
Yeah.
final.
All right.
Gee, I'm so excited. I'm making all these mistakes. Okay, the next category. I'm over here. Okay.
Yeah.
Origin. Is it
Ooh.
Burundi?
Yeah.
Rwanda,
Kenya,
Ethiopia.
Ethiopia. Oh, we have to go. Yeah.
You go.
Okay, I'll go. What do you think it is?
Burundi.
Ooh.
Rory, what's up?
Ethiopia.
Okay.
Neither of you correct. You get another guess.
Okay. It was a bad round, guys. Okay, bad round. Okay. Do we have any other guesses from the crowd of what?
Anyone
okay.
else?
Tori, what do we got? Kenya. Oh no, Soz, you're wrong. Yes, Jeff.
Yeah, boy.
It's Rwanda.
Rwanda.
Okay, so
Oh,
we
tiebreaker.
We've established. Okay, it's an African. It's Rwandan. I don't want to give it. I'm going to say the wrong thing. Okay, you just go with your question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Elevation. We're going elevation.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Rory, you're still in the game. Yeah.
You're still in, Rory.
There's only two of you. You both got it wrong. You're both still here.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got 4 options, guys. You got
Okay.
4 options. Okay.
Yeah.
1,200 to 1,500 meters above sea level. 1,500 to 18. 18 to 220 or 220 and above. Johan.
Let me just check again.
Very important.
I'm coming back to you.
15 to 18.
15 to 18. Okay, Johan.
I also had 15 to 18, but I'll check.
Whoa.
I'll take the 18 to 2.
We have a winner, ladies and gentlemen. Johan P. Yeah, you won. Well done, Johan. Coffee lift. Give him a round of applause.
Okay, no, wait. Oh, so for your prize, you can choose between a Ethiopia Anasaura Natural, or you can have a Bolivia Las Alacitas Natural. Okay, Ethiopia it is.
Well done, Johan.
Okay.
Give him a round of applause,
Well done,
ladies and
sir.
gentlemen.
Very
We have a
impressive.
winner.
Very impressive. Okay. Okay, now I expect more of you to go through the first round this time. Okay, everyone, got your game faces on.
That was a warm-up. Okay.
Okay.
So how long should we give them? Like 3 minutes.
Okay.
Once you've got your coffee to schlep.
Yeah.
Cleanse your
schlep.
palate.
Have some
Make
water
up your
in
minds.
between. What? I mean, the Rwanda is delicious, though. Hey.
I didn't get any.
And St. John dialed in the Cat and Cloud blend at the brew bar at the back. So if anybody would like to try the Answer Espresso blend by Cat and Cloud, it's going to be on the bar over there, which is amazing. All right. Hope no one saw that. Has everyone got some? I don't hear any slurping. Oh, okay. That's
Is it
why.
still coming out?
Yeah, it's still coming out.
Okay. Okay, so the categories are the same again. Process, continent, origin, elevation, varietal, if we get that far. But I don't have much hope in this lot.
Here it comes, here it comes. Okay, Johan, you're disqualified from this round though, yeah. We gotta And then directly after this is going to be lunch, guys. It's ready and waiting for everyone. So, lunchtime. There's finally a sunny day. Yay. So we can go hang out.
And then we get into the business end.
Yeah, I mean, wow, day 3. Yeah, we've got an awesome, our last session presentation by the team from Coffee Lift, which is going to be fun. Seeing how takeaway can improve your business, what impact it can have on your business. So that'll be awesome. And then the finals of a shot in the dark. Oh, we get to taste those coffees too. Just tasting all the coffee. It's going to be great. There you go. That's what I like to hear.
Okay, we're having a good slurp there, team. Cat and Cloud.
Yeah, exactly.
I was going to show them the label. It's got all the information on it.
It's got all the information.
So I'm having a shocker today.
It's okay.
It's all the coffee. Who still needs one? Put your hand up if you haven't got a coffee yet. Any extras?
Minnie, can I have one, please?
Can we have some, Minnie?
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Amazing.
Where's your cupping spoon, Winter? Okay.
Okay.
You guys happy? Do you need a bit more time? Cuthbland, what do you say? Are you ready? No. You'd sit there all day drinking that like that.
All right, who's playing?
Okay,
Stand
who's
up.
playing? Up you get. Up you get. Percy Chikwera, my money's on you, buddy. Come on, Percy. Don't let me down, eh? Okay.
All right.
All right. Process. Is it washed? Is it natural? Is it a honey? If you think it's a washed, right hand up.
Frederick. Cool.
If you think it's a natural, left hand up. If you think it's a honey, both your hands up.
What is it? Evan's keeping us in suspense here. Whoa, la! Yeah, okay, go.
It's a washed. Frederick's won.
No,
it.
wait.
Right
No.
hand was washed.
Right hand. Frederick was
Frederick
the
is
only
one. Frederick, you're the winner.
Did you?
Oh.
Okay, okay. We had a
Charles.
late entry. Here.
Okay, Charles.
Okay.
Settle down. Okay.
Just like that. Guys, come on. Okay, it's good. We're learning things. Okay.
Okay. Africa, Central or South America, Asia.
Okay, I can do this. Where does it come from?
I think Africa.
All right. Frederick, what do you reckon?
South America.
Okay. What is it, Evans? What is it?
I'm not going to accept those answers because I gave it away in the last round. So Frederick knew it was from Central and South America. So we're going straight to origin. Stay upstanding.
When did you give it away?
I said it in the previous round. I called out. I was looking at like the wrong coffee information. And I said Central and South America.
Okay,
you knew that,
sorry.
Frederick. You smart.
Sorry.
You smart. You
Sorry.
knew that. I know you did.
Somewhere in the back
I know
of
you
his
did.
mind. Okay, all
so
right.
we're gonna. It's much more fun to guess origin anyway.
Okay.
Okay. These are your options: Guatemala, Honduras, Colombia, Brazil. What do you say, Charles?
Sean, what you got?
Give me 2 more seconds.
It's very important. There's a lot on the line.
What do the rest of you guys think? Just shout out. So
I'll
you've
go for
basically said all the names, you guys. Well done. Amazing.
Okay,
Amazing.
he's going to go for Honduras. Frederick, what do you reckon? Elimination round. He said Honduras.
Let's go Guatemala.
Now I feel terrible.
Yeah, you should.
Okay, so now we're going to have a tiebreaker. Sorry. It's Honduras. Well done, Charles.
Okay.
Well done. Okay, Free, so you can stay in the game.
You're
Now I
staying
feel
in
bad
the game
now.
because, yes.
Okay, this is the clincher. Let's just go straight to varietal because we haven't had varietal round yet. Is it Typica, Bourbon, Pacas, Katwai? Typica, Bourbon, Pacas, Katwai.
Charles, do you need a minute? You good?
Let's go for a bourbon.
Okay, move on. We got a coming over here, Frederick. Still in the game.
Typica.
Okay.
What did you say?
Typica.
What do the rest of you guys think? The answer is
Jeff?
Pacas.
Yeah, Jeff got Pacas. Okay, so now what do we do?
Now they just share the coffee and we all go home.
What about elevation?
Okay, we'll do elevation. Okay. Is it 1,000 to 1,500? Is it 1,500 to 2,000? Or is it above 2,000?
It's Honduras, yeah. Think about, I don't know what you would imagine when you imagine Honduras. Okay? What are the options
So
again?
1,000 to 1,500, 1,500 to 2, above 2.
It's below 1,500.
So it's a low one, okay? Below 1,500.
Okay.
Charles?
Charles?
15 to 2, yeah.
15 to 2. Okay, we must have a winner.
We've got a winner, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
Your winner is Shoulder Ball.
Whoa, 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 whoa. There you go, Charles. Congrats, you get the rest of the Honduras. Mm. And
that's a wrap, folks.
I think we are going to
Lunch.
give the Bolivia to Frederick.
Okay, give it to
because,
Frederick. He deserves
you know,
it. It was such an
you
intense
messed up the last
battle
round.
to the death.
Well done, Frederick.
Well done, Frederick. Okay, folks, lunch is served. COVID-friendly lunch. Please go and...
Yeah, please go have lunch and
Same as yesterday.
grab some espresso at the bar. Cats and Cloud. Thanks,
Oh,
guys.
these espressos are on bar now. Awesome.
Yeah.
As espressos.
Yeah.
Guys, you can taste the 3FE and the Cat and Cloud.
No, just the Cat and
Cloud.
Cloud.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Thanks, Sinjin.
Enjoy
Right,
lunch.
enjoy your lunch, folks. See you back here in an hour.
Check 1, 2.
Okay, so I'll hold the mic. I'll hold the mic for you. You operate the espresso machine. All right.
I'm just here for show.
No, you're doing the operating.
Well.
And I'm just talking.
Okay. Okay, don't call it a masterclass because I've never.
Okay.
Listen to me. Don't call it a masterclass because I've never used this machine.
Okay, cool. It's a creative session.
Creative, yeah. Also, sitting down is weird.
Welcome back, folks, to day 3 at Creative Coffee Week. For those of you watching at home and you've been watching our interactive home demos with the Breville Barista Touch, today we're getting creative. And I'm really excited because we've got some really creative products here. The Breville Barista Touch is available from at home. It's $19,999, and it's a really, really amazing espresso machine, but it can do a lot more, which we'll see today. So, what Mel's going to make is an oat red latte, followed by a spiced chai latte, oat spiced chai latte, and last but not least, a matcha cortado using oat milk. So very healthy, very different, very creative, and we're going to use the functionality of the Breville Barista Touch to show you exactly how to do that. So, do you want to grab the portafilter out and...
Yes. Just as a note, it's very weird to be making it sitting down. So we're trying it out.
Now, in the cafe environment, we didn't tamp this. Is that correct? So there's no tamping involved. So we don't need to use the tamper. Conveniently slips straight back into its little magnetic placeholder on this nifty machine. And one of the things that we keep reiterating about the Breville Barista Touch is just how easy it is to use, and you don't need anything else. You don't need to buy a grinder. Grinder's over here. You don't need to buy a tamper. Tamper lives in the machine. The steam wand is incredibly intuitive, and the brew unit is all operated by the touch screen over here. All right, so Mel's pressing the espresso function. And brew. All right. So the nice thing about the Breville Barista Touch is it's hugely intuitive. So there's basically three parts to any beverage. There's the grinding, the brewing, and the milk frothing if it's a milk-based beverage. So in this case, we don't need to grind because the red espresso products are already made for your portafilter. So the red espresso sits in your portafilter, and as you can see, it's extracting into the cup now. So we're using the preset espresso parameters.
But I've decided to stop it at 25 because that's enough red espresso in the cup.
So look at that beautiful, rich, red espresso. Now we're going to steam the milk using the Alpro.
That is the joy of it, yes.
The gluten-free oat from Alpro. The really nice thing about the steam wand is that you can use it either in the manual position or in the automatic position.
Can I do automatic, please?
Certainly can. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to hot milk, and we're going to choose the hot milk function.
Yes.
How much froth should we have? It's on 4 now. We can pump it up to...
It's a latte, so give it some froth.
Give it some froth. Okay,
Yeah.
let's go up to 7 and hit the button. Okay, so our target temperature here is 65 degrees. So it's not going to burn your tongue. You can drink it immediately, which is the way that baristas like to serve milk-based beverages in the cafe. You don't want it to be too hot and burn your tongue, and you don't want it to be cold, obviously. The nice thing about this, if you're at home, you don't need to go on a barista training course. You don't really need to know anything because the technology and the touch screen just talks you through it. So for those of you folks watching at home and you're looking to buy an espresso machine for home, it's not going to break the bank. Very easy to use. You don't need to go on a barista training course. This is ideal. So it's busy frothing the milk at the moment. It's got a little heat sensor. Did you put in too much milk, Mel?
No,
Just checking. That was a test.
oat milk, so it's slightly different.
So yeah, we haven't used oat milk yet on this machine. We've used dairy. And inside the jug, there's actually a little indented line that says fill to here. So it's quite nice in that also, again, like you don't have to go on a barista training course. You just fill up to the mark that it tells you to fill up to, and it steams it automatically. So as you can see on the little dial, it tells us it's reached 50 degrees, 55. And as soon as Mel took it off the sensor, it actually said, please place the jug back on the sensor. So very intuitive in terms of if it knows that you're not following the steps correctly or you've done something wrong or something slipped off, then it'll prompt you to do the right thing. Okay, we've hit our target temperature. We've hit our very frothy number 7. We may have to dial it down for the next one. And now Mel's going to pour a 10-tiered tulip. I'm kidding. You may notice as well that as soon as you put the steam one down into the down position, it does an auto purge. That just basically means it's flushing anything in that steam one that could be left over. We don't want any bacteria forming in there. So very nice that it does an auto purge.
So we've learned a lesson about how frothy number 7 is. It's very frothy.
Very frothy.
which means no latte art, but it will be creamy and delicious. Oh la.
Beautiful. Nicely done. Perfect.
Old school red cappuccino.
An old school red cappuccino. So you get that beautiful rooibos taste first thing. Yeah, go for it.
That's really nice with those.
Okay.
Next.
Right, next up we're going to make a spiced chai latte.
Alrighty. Bring me my cup.
All right, the spiced chai from Red Espresso is a really delicious premium chai, pre-made, and it's vegan friendly, which is very important for, and also obviously caffeine free. So really nice in the afternoons. If you've had a couple of coffees in the morning, you just want to chill out, and you don't want to get the shakes, but you still want something delicious, rich, comforting. We really love this spiced chai product, and I'm excited to see how it goes with the oat milk.
How do I get to hot water, Evans?
All right, so go back, just press the home button there.
Yeah.
And
I need a little bit of hot water to do my mix, you know.
you do.
Mm-hmm.
I would say we extract without the unit in, but it may prompt us to put it back in.
Okay.
Let's try.
We are learning the machine.
So here we go.
Okay, great.
Okay, that's interesting. So that's the first time that we've done something which is kind of not the way it's designed to do it, but it didn't prompt us to put it in. But that's quite useful to know if we need hot water. I suppose we could have used the steam wand as well. It just would have been in a steam form, so a bit more dry, not as much moisture as we would have wanted. So basically, you take the spiced chai base, mix it with a little bit of water, make a paste in the bottom of your latte cup, and then steam the oat milk and pour away.
Okay, we're going to try a different setting on the milk, though.
Okay, are you happy with 4?
Yeah, I think 4 will be good. Oh my goodness, it smells so good.
It does. I can smell it from here. It's amazing. All right.
Yeah?
Here we go. Are you going to go manual? No. Let's go automatic.
No, I want to try manual actually with the oat.
Okay. So all you have to do is, as soon as you lift the steam wand up into the up position,
Okay.
go.
Great. Okay, I'm getting a bit of a swirl going on here, which is good. It's also a bit frothy, no worries. Making coffee sitting down is not for sissies.
You're doing great.
I mean, normally, you know, you put your whole body into making the coffee, steaming the milk. Okay, stop. Thank you. Assist from Evans. No, I mean, the Breville steams much better than me.
For the matcha cortado, we'll have to go. We'll have to go manual again.
We'll have to go manual. Yeah, please, may you put this in the cup over there? All right.
Okay, pour for your adoring fans, Mel.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it smells so good though.
It does smell so good, and I've not got enough milk.
Underpoured it. It's
I know.
okay. Just get a more intense flavor.
Oh my gosh, it tastes so good though. And for a cold day, it's brilliant.
If it wasn't COVID, I'd steal that out of your hands and have a sip myself.
Well, you can't, it's mine.
Okay, we have one more to go. The last product we're going to do is the matcha cortado.
Okay. I've never made this before. We're going to learn together. Okay, so it's 1 heaped teaspoon and 30 mils hot water and a dairy alternative. So here we go. Wow. You're giving me a smaller cup. Ooh, my skills. My skills. Do I have another teaspoon? Let's give it a rinse.
A rinse.
Okay, so hot water.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, you see it comes out the back.
There we go.
That's the hot water. Okay.
That's the hot water function. We
All
found
right,
it.
great.
Good job.
I need the spoon.
Oh, you do? Of course you do.
Yes, I need the spoon, Evans. Thank you. All right. 1 teaspoon. So this is a bit of a big spoon, but we will do half. It's going to be an intense matcha cortado. Going to put my hot water in. Alrighty, making my espresso with my matcha. Okay, stop please. Okay, I have never actually tasted this one, and I'm nervous and excited. So we shall see.
What are you thinking with the milk for this next one? More froth?
No, we're going to attempt number 4, which is what it was set on originally, and the machine is going to do it. Breville's going to do it.
Oh, okay, yes, we're going automatic. All right.
Okay. I'm in 65 degrees for froth. Let's ride. Okay, so what does this smell like to you?
Smells very herby, very earthy. I imagine it's going to be refreshing and delicious.
It reminds me of seaweed. Swimming through the ocean.
So Breville have got 3 different espresso machines from at home. The Breville Barista Touch is the top of the range, 19999. The Breville Barista Express is one tier down. It's 9999 from at home. It doesn't have the touch screen functionality, but you make coffee just the way that you normally would manually. And then the last one is the entry level one, which doesn't have as much functionality, and the brew unit is not as robust. But very nice entry level machines for the domestic situation, and you can go and check them all out at home.
Okay, this froth looks much more micro textured, so maybe I'll be able to get some latte out with this one.
This is the one. I believe in you. Okay, so getting close to our target temperature. You can actually see it tells us on the screen. It's at 60 degrees now. It's slowing down as it hits 65.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll give it a little wipe, and it'll do a little auto purge as we pop it down.
Oh, oat milk. It's a lot of smashing. No. Come on, come on.
Can I have this one?
No.
Oh.
Yes, of course you can. I'm sorry, I didn't get any latte out.
Okay, so
I
this
used
is
up all my skills last night.
the matcha, the oat matcha latte. Here we go. Well, the milk temperature is perfect. It's got a beautiful silky texture, really delicious and refreshing. I like that one. That's a go-to.
Yeah, the chai is amazing, and the red latte is always a winner. They also have some other incredible flavors: beetroot latte, golden latte, and you can see how easy they are to make. It's yeah, very cool.
Well, I had a lot of fun being creative with these products today.
Absolutely.
And obviously, there's lots of there's so many different recipes that you can make. There's all of the soy range from El Pro. There's the oat. There's the almond. And I mean, the possibilities are endless here. So
yeah, and I think it's it's the afternoon now, and I don't feel like any more caffeine at Creative Coffee Week because we have had so much. So it's great to have something that is healthy and gives me a boost, but that's not actually caffeinated. So yeah, great stuff.
So thanks for joining us over the last 3 days, folks, and we hope that you will get creative at home with these kind of products. Big thank you to At Home and Breville, and of course to Red Espresso and to El Pro for providing us with these products to do a little demo for you today. Okay, welcome back, folks. Hope you all enjoyed your lunch. And it's my huge privilege and pleasure to welcome to Durban Eugene and Johan from Coffee Lift. They're going to be talking on the benefits, the pros and cons of delivery for your coffee business and the things they learned during lockdown, because I think it was a revolutionary time and we all had to change the way that we thought about our businesses. So these guys have they've done the exercise, they've got the data, and we're really looking forward to the insights that you guys are going to share. So a huge welcome to you guys. Let's give them a huge round of applause.
Let me tell you a story. This story may sound a lot like yours. Are you ready for it? You want to hear the story? In the morning when I wake up, I sleepwalk to my favorite spot. Then I make an Americano. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. And on my way to the office, I take a short left into my favorite cafe. My favorite cafe. At the moment when I walked in, she started preparing my drink. With the sun shining on my face, I just had a cup of grace. But soon, it's afternoon. I need my coffee, but I cannot get out. So all I do is shout, can someone deliver? Can someone deliver? I cannot do instant coffee at the office. Can someone deliver? Please, can someone deliver? I cannot do instant coffee at the office. Can someone deliver? So thank you very much. It's our pleasure to be here. My name is Eugene and this is Johan for the viewers out there. So when you listen to the song that I was singing now, that was me 2 years ago, singing that song. And then for the past year, we have been singing this song, and I'm going to teach it to you. I want you to join me. I love it delivered. I love it delivered. I love my coffee hot and not spilled. I love my coffee delivered. I love it delivered. I love it delivered. Oh, I love my coffee hot and not spilled. I love my coffee delivered. I love it Come on. I love it Yeah, hey. Oh, I love my coffee hot and not spilled. I love my coffee delivered. I love it. Yay! I love it. Can I hear the cheap seats at the back a little bit louder, please? I love it. Yay! I love it delivered. Oh, I love my coffee hot and not spilled. I love my coffee delivered. One more time. I love it delivered. Yeah. I love it delivered. Oh, I love my coffee hot and not spilled. I love my coffee delivered, delivered to me. Yeah, give it up. Thank you for singing with us. That's our privilege to be here. And we are bringing something really revolutionary to the coffee week, actually to the coffee industry. I'm a coffee owner and I've been through COVID. Thank God I've made it through COVID. We live in a small town, Vanderbijl Park. Most of you don't know where it is, maybe. It's south of Joburg. So we have a few coffee shops and just before COVID, actually, we thought of how can we develop something that we can create more jobs for more people? Because there was a lot of people coming to us and saying, hey guys, we want to be baristas in your shop, but we're a small town, so we cannot just expand and have more baristas working for us. So me and Johan got together and we had this challenge that we have had before us is how can we get more coffees out there?
Yeah, so Eugene actually came up with a thought 2 years ago. It was late 2019, in terms of, how do we get more coffees out there? He said he gets a lot of people walking to his shop and he just can't help everyone becoming baristas, and he was thinking maybe there's another way to get people into business. So we eventually had this challenge which we set for ourselves to deliver our favorite coffee prepared by our favorite barista at the perfect temperature without spilling, using the typical takeaway coffee cup on a motorcycle to wherever we are. And we actually started to build 3 apps. So for the last year, up until August this year, we had a third-party delivery platform called Coffee Lift, and we did a few thousand deliveries, starting in Eugene's shop in Vanderbilt Park, and we grew into Potchefstroom and started to move into Johannesburg and in Cape Town. And then at some point in time, we realized that we need a bit more money than we thought originally to push the current delivery platforms out of the market, But we really, we did it for our own platform, and we really got to a point where we knew the concept worked. And the coffee shop owners we spoke to were really interested. Some of them were never interested in deliveries up until we had this discussion. We showed them what we do. And obviously, we're not the only guys that started to deliver coffee. Coffee has been being delivered for a while now. And I don't think there's any coffee shop owner that during lockdown hasn't had the question put to him. Can you deliver? Yeah, so I mean that's what we want to talk about. So we eventually stopped the delivery platform, and we decided for a few reasons not to carry on with that, and rather just to make the products available to the industry. And that got us thinking, because we spoke to a lot of coffee shop owners that said, no, it doesn't make sense for them, or it's not practical, or whatever the case may be. But the coffee shops that we worked with, we could see that there's some benefit, but then we also know that one size doesn't fit all. So you've got coffee shops for which it might make sense, coffee shops which it might not make sense, and a whole range in between. But we thought it would be really worthwhile just to put the question out there. Does it make sense? Does delivery make sense? Because I think it's happening. We see some of the big brands that's delivering, and I mean, we see it many times. The driver gets there with those beautiful, carry trays, 4 beautiful cups of coffee in a carry tray, and then it goes in the back of a motorbike and off he goes. And what happens to that coffee, you don't know. And as an industry, I mean, one of the things, I'm new to the coffee industry, but the one thing that I've learned very quickly is that the coffee shop owner is really serious about the quality of their coffee, how it gets presented, and so on. So many of the products we have in the coffee shops typically is not made for delivery, especially a takeaway coffee cup. So yeah, we've started to do that, and we thought it would be interesting to put that question on the table for the industry, because I think it's an opportunity for many coffee shops to expand their business depending on where you are, what your situation is, and how you think about it. So we're going to put some numbers out there, and yeah, I'm actually more curious and more excited about the questions that might come afterwards than the actual presentation. So let's see. So when you talk to people about deliveries, I got this article. So I mean, the first one is actually really funny, because I walked into Cape Town. This was when we were still trying to get people to deliver on our platforms, and I walked into a specific area and into a business owner's coffee shop, and he made this remark to me. He said, "I don't do business with parasitical businesses." And I thought, what? I haven't even thought about it that way. And then I read the same opinion in the Daily Maverick, which this article was published in July. And they've got a few opinions that was published in the article. It's an interesting article about delivery, not only in the coffee industry in general. So, and we've just got the opposing views in there. The first guy says it's a parasitical business that just wants to make money off my back. And the next one said, they're extremely helpful and extremely grateful, and it's the reason why they were able to stay open during lockdown. And then if you think about the service delivery, and I've just put these two comments up here. We've used Uber Eats twice this week to support local restaurants, have had the best service. And the next the next lady says, Uber Eats is definitely a no-go. The customer service is absolutely shocking and non-existent. But it's with anything, you get these diametrically opposite views. So, and you'll have your own opinion, you'll have your own experience. So our aim today is not to try and convince you to start delivering. What we actually want to try and just do is just put the question out there and get you thinking about it. Because we think it's an underutilized tool within the coffee industry. So when we talk about it, there's lots of variables and lots of questions. So should I do my own deliveries? And we've got some thoughts and some experience on that. We don't have lots of money, and we didn't have lots of money to do our own apps. So we actually built our apps on a platform business for which we had to pay a small monthly fee. And that's actually available for coffee shop owners for a small amount, anything from, I guess, 2,000 to 3,000, 4,000 rand a month. You would be able to put your own app together. And they actually maintain the system for you. It's just a thought. And you can do your own deliveries and your own sales via a software application that's run on Android and iOS and on a web application, just as a thought, yeah. Should I partner with all the third-party delivery platforms out there? That's another question. What do they cost? Will they replace my in-store sales? And I think that's one of the more important questions. How should I think about what happens when I start to deliver? Will it result in me losing the customer interface? So will my products just become another third-party delivery? And it's not let's say in Eugene's case, a brew coffee stop product that the customer sees. Because the customers that the specialty coffee industry serves is typically a relationship-based customer. So it's people that, support Starro in Potchefstroom, or supports Brew in Vanderbilt Park, or the coffee shop that you own. Is it too expensive? Can I afford not to do deliveries? So, we had a look a bit at the bigger companies out there. Delivery Hero, which I know is not well known in South Africa, but it's actually owned by Naspers. And if you go look at the financial statements, in the last year, they've moved from 30 million deliveries a month to 60. 60 million deliveries a month. The financial performance of the company is something completely different, which we can talk about at a separate occasion. Deliveries are happening. COVID has obviously moved it along quite significantly, but it's also happening in the coffee industry. So obviously, if you are doing it in your area, you will benefit some, and there's some risks and disadvantages to delivery. But it's not something that I think we'd be able to just, turn your head away and not think about it and think that it's not going to touch your business. It will definitely impact your business. If it's not now, it will be later. If you're in smaller towns or smaller cities, it might not be that drastic, but eventually it will happen. And if you look at these big companies, they're spending billions and billions of rands and dollars on marketing to get people to order online. That's where they're driving that agenda. It has to happen. They are moving the consumer behavior away from in-store shopping, not just coffee shops, everywhere, to online shopping. And that's, I think, a serious move that's happening that should be considered in business in general. So we will focus. The rest of the presentation might be a bit more boring than Eugene's opening. We'll look at and just shortly, typically the cost of signing up, and then we'll run through what we see, sort of the sales pitch and the reason why it might make sense in your business. So this is just a comparison. It's not no secret, so we've decided to put it up there. It's basically an email that you would receive if you get it, if you decide to sign up. Those are the two major delivery platforms out there. Service fees, including that, would be 31 versus about 35. There's a monthly fee with a device included on the one. no device on the other side. You have the option of a device which has to be paid off over time. And then you've got cash options. You've got an allowed price increase of between 5 and 15% on the platform, which is an interesting concept. So if you do deliver or do order on, if you order a hamburger on one of the delivery platforms, you typically would expect to pay between a 5 and a 15% premium just on the price of the product. That's separate from the delivery fee, depending on how they structure it, and there's always changes in that, and I'm sure during the COVID times they've also played around with it. And then one very interesting discussion we had with a big coffee shop in Johannesburg was that they've only decided to get onto one platform because of the typical customer that they service. And the delivery platforms, in essence, has different customer levels that use the platform. That's also something to think about. So it's not necessarily that you have to do both. You might have lots on the one and none on the other. And if you start to dig into the reasons for that, you might find that the customer that you service is actually in a different category that doesn't use that. So this, we think, is the general sales pitch, which we've also used in selling our platform when we were still doing that. In that the business that they generally offer these services to is an established business. So you already have your fixed cost, you already have your sales profile. So when you think about the delivery business essentially pays you back all your variable cost. So if you think about an additional cup of coffee, you get the variable cost back, the cost of the cup, the water, the coffee, etc. But if you sell an additional cup of coffee, you essentially should not take into account the fixed cost of your current business unless it starts replacing your sales. So if it replaces a sale and you become a delivery business, then it's something completely different. And we'll speak about that a bit more. But essentially, the variable cost goes back to the coffee shop, and then there's a margin after that variable cost, which is shared between the coffee shop and the delivery partner. And we'll look at the actual numbers just now, and then there's obviously some free marketing because the platform's business is to push orders through the platform. I mean, that's what they're trying to do. So they obviously want to get people to order via their platform in essence. So here's one way to look at it. And we've met a few guys that looks at it this way. And if you look at it this way, it'll never make sense. Yeah, so, and we've got two scenarios. So obviously, it's generic scenarios. Your situation might be very different. So on the left-hand side would be a low variable cost scenario, where let's say you've got a selling price of 25 Rand for a cappuccino, 8 Rand variable cost, which is more or less, I guess, the base cost for a takeaway cappuccino. So we're saying, let's say, on 30% overhead. So you make a 38% profit margin on that cup of coffee. Then you have to pay 35% to the platform, which would be your worst case scenario, I guess. And you make a 3%, that's what's left. So is it really worthwhile? And you wouldn't do it for that reason. On the other side, where many of the coffee shops would say to us, listen, it's fine, 8 Rand would be maybe the standard of what's being told in the industry, but we buy this type of coffee, that type of cups, the fully compostable lids. So we pay an additional fee for our coffee and to make it a really special breakdown. So you've got your selling price and your variable cost, and then what we would call not only, I mean, it's a general concept, your contribution to fixed overheads, which is what's left after you've taken off your variable overhead component, which would in that case be a 17 Rand, and you would then have your overheads and your profit as we've had on the previous slide. And then you have, on this slide, you've got a cost to the platform, but you'll see that we've ignored the fixed overheads here. Why do we do that? Because if you have a current business that does a certain amount of revenue, with a certain amount of people, machines, rent, etc., to sell one extra cup of coffee, what does that really cost you? It only costs you the variable cost component of that cup of coffee, which is the marginal sale concept. You can't run your business on this concept completely. So it's also, you've got to be careful when you start working with this and how you think about it. But that's essentially what the delivery platform offers you. they offers you the ability or the opportunity to expand your market to an area where you were not. I mean, maybe you must just tell a bit about your own experience in Vanderbilt Park. But you must also remember, I mean, Coffee Lift, one of the issues we had was just to get the name out there. So Coffee Lift was a platform, we slowly grew over time, and we did deliveries every day, but we just couldn't get a massive amount of deliveries, and I'm really thankful we never did, because it becomes chaotic in the background. But yeah, just your experience in terms of what happened in Vanderbilt Park. Yeah.
So for my personal shop, when we started the platform, it was very fun to get the word out there that we are doing deliveries now, and people give their response, and they really get this cup of coffee hot and not spilled, like we sang before. And when I looked at my numbers, we are unknown platform. Our turnover we could up with 13%. Okay, so 13% doesn't sound a lot, but we were unknown. I've spoken to other guys that started using our products. Before COVID, they had 6% of their turnover were takeaways and deliveries. They're doing up to 50% takeaway and deliveries of their turnover currently in Johannesburg, in Midrand. So it's something that grows so quickly. And for me, the response was the best. Every time when I get a customer that says, you're delivering now, that just made my heart smile. And the smile was not just, you're delivering and I'm getting half cups of coffee, of my favorite coffee. It was like, and I'm actually enjoying this cup of coffee.
Yeah, so I guess the true coffee connoisseur, we had it earlier on Wednesday, I think the right way to taste a cup of coffee would be in a proper cup in the coffee shop. And I think that's the strength of the industry also. So in terms of the nuances of delivery, the coffee shop industry caters mainly for walk-in clients, for in-store sales, people that comes and sits there, and we know it's about building relationships, etc. But there's a big component of the consumer out there that, as Eugene Song was saying, sitting at work, and he still wants to have a brew coffee, or he wants to have a Taro coffee. But he can't have it because he can't get away from work. And even though it's not the perfect experience, it's still better than having the coffee in store at what he's forced to drink at work. So anyway, if we take the marginal sale one step further, and I know this becomes a bit financially technical, I guess, we all talk about what's our return on investment. So a different way of talking about it would be your return on assets managed. I've got a guy that I've worked with, Ted Black. He's deep in his 70s, and he's done a lot of work on this. So if you Google him, you'll find a lot of articles on this concept. And he's always said to me, all roads leads to Rome or ruin. And how do you get your return on investment up? So generally, we focus a lot on our margin. What is our margin on that sale that we're making? So I come out of an industry that's really asset heavy, asset intensive, and you very easily run into a situation where the marketing guys would say, you know, we've really got to push the price up, and then they kick the guys in the production facilities to get the cost down. And as they push up the prices, you obviously get some resistance in the market, and people buy less and less, and then your internal cost per unit goes up, and then you have to put the price up again, and it's like a downward spiral. Because the more expensive you make it, the less you sell, and you've got to have that balance between the two. And if you look at these two legs, this return on assets managed or return on investment eventually is a number that says it's your profit divided by your assets. But that formula is made up of two legs. The one is what we call a return on sales leg and an asset turnover leg. So return on sales leg is your margin. That's what you make on a cup of coffee. Your asset turnover leg is essentially saying to you how hard is your facility, your people, and your machines working. So how many times during the day you walk in there that you've got people in the store, you've paid the rent, you've paid the electricity, the machines are on, but they're not running. They're not doing much. And what can you do to utilize that time and make it productive? And that's what the delivery partners offers you. Because when you are busy between 6 and 8 in the morning, or 6 and 9 in the morning, and maybe between 10 and 12, and between 5 and 7 in the afternoon, when people are sitting at work, there is a potential opportunity to make an additional sale if you could get to the customer. And the impact of that is quite significant. And obviously, you'll have to go do the numbers for your own business, but this is what it looked like for one of the stores that we had access to in terms of our own Coffee Lift platform. So these are actual numbers, and it's based on Coffee Lift's numbers, which was a very much an unknown platform. So you'll see the sales are not significantly more than what the store actually did. It's about 10%, between 10 and 14%, I guess. So that was the sales level on an annual basis, and that was the deliveries that went through the Coffee Lift platform. And if you run through the calculation, we've taken the variable cost off for the two. In this case, I just want to say this, in this case, the store decided not to increase their prices at all. So whether you ordered on Coffee Lift or whether you ordered in-store, it was exactly the same price, which meant that they obviously gave extra away in terms of what they potentially could have done. Generally, the consumer is willing to pay for convenience. In this case, it was not done, and that's obviously a personal choice. So in this case, we don't have a platform cost. In that case, we've taken the platform cost into account, which we've calculated at the 35%. Coffee Lift's platform cost was actually a bit lower, but we've adjusted this example here. And then you've got a margin before your overheads. There's a fixed cost component, which in this line, the in-store sales has carried the full fixed cost component. So he's got his earnings before interest and tax, his asset value, which would be your store setup and the decor you've got, the stock you have, etc. And he makes a return on sales of 35% and an asset turnover of 2.5, which gives him, in this industry, quite a high return on investments, which is 89%, but it's obviously of a relatively low sales base. So on this side, if you do the sum in terms of return on sales, his margin has dropped from 35% to 25%. So when we have this discussion, many of the coffee shop owners say to me, I'm not going to do business like that. I'm not going to sell my products and not make a decent margin. So if I take part in your Coffee Lift platform, I want my margins to be the same. So you just have to drop on your Coffee Lift platform cost, for instance. So obviously, it's possible to do it with us because it's myself and Eugene that's really trying to get this thing going, but it's not as easy as when you do it with the other third-party delivery platforms, even though I think there must be some negotiating room. But have a look at what has happened in this case where there was no additional increase in sales price from this coffee shop. They went, the return on sales for the total sales dropped from 35 to 34. Obviously, that component is quite small, but your asset turnover went up from 2.5 to 2.8, and your return on investment actually went up by almost 10%. So we then had a look at how do you improve on that? So there's two ways. The one would be to utilize the ability to increase your prices on the platform, which, as a consumer, it's sort of, why should I pay more on the platform than I pay in the store? But that's also part of reality. So we just looked at, again, two scenarios, and on the left-hand side, we've actually used the fixed cost component of which is the 30%. In that case, it would be 840, and we said, let's increase it by 5%, 10%, 15%, which is your sales price, and what happens to your cost after fixed in this case, and the other three columns would be your platform cost that you have to deduct. And what you get out here would be 950, and I'm saying again, this only makes sense if you look at it from a marginal cup point of view. If you want to include your fixed cost into all your platform sales, it will never work. So, and we'll get to the nuances around that just now. In this case, we only needed to put up the price by 10%, and you made similar margin after the delivery platform cost than you would have made before. You actually make more after that if you take it up by 15%. In the high variable cost example, it's slightly different. So there was a 460, and you don't get to it entirely by adding it up to 15%, but you do get close, and obviously that'll be different for every guy around. So what we then did was we took this same example and we did two things. The one is we increased the prices by 15% on the platform, which is the maximum allowed. And we assumed that they have a really good coffee lift platform that they're working with, which gives them about 30% of total sales, which we think is actually quite easily achievable, obviously, depending on whether you in the bigger cities or maybe in a small town. So that's what it then looks like. So by doing that, you'll see that 111,000 that we had on the previous slide has now gone up to 383. The rest of the calculation stays the same, and we are able to take our margins from 35, and it doesn't drop to 25, it actually goes to 30 in total then. But what it does to your total return on sales, still 34, your asset turnover moves from 2.5 to 3.6, and your return on investments just shoots through the roof. And that principle is the same for every business. If you have a certain amount of business today, if you can find a way to increase your sales without increasing your internal fixed cost component, and as long as you can sell it for more than what that fixed, so your contribution to your fixed cost is not less than zero, then it would financially make sense to do that. Now, obviously, there's a cutoff point there somewhere where the effort is not worth the money that you get. But generally speaking, I think this holds true for most of businesses out there. And this is where we believe that there's a big potential benefit for the coffee shop industry, given that you can manage your customer experience, that you can manage what happens, the balance between in-store sales as well as out-of-store sales. So I had a very interesting discussion with a coffee shop owner last week that does deliveries, and he said to me that they don't go the extra mile, they go the extra 3-4 miles to make sure that the consumer still knows it's a coffee from his coffee shop. So they put stuff in the bag. They've got the owner's number. If they have a complaint, the complaint doesn't go to the third-party delivery platform. He replaces the sale, or he goes that extra mile personally to still make sure it's a personal experience from the coffee shop itself. So there's a lot of things I think the industry can do to prevent it from just being, a typical third-party delivery that ends up at your house or at the consumer's house, and you can't ensure that experience. How do you ensure the experience for the consumer while you lose some control about exactly how the product is presented to you?
So thank you, Johan, for all those numbers. My head is spinning. I'm not the number man. I'm the singer man. But something that I just want to add to Johan is this is basically for a coffee shop what the numbers look like. But our slogan is making the world better, one cup at a time. The main idea, all these numbers just came after a year or almost 2 years of being in this development. The main idea is how can we also add value to the immediate people in our town, okay? So for us sending a coffee to a customer, we're creating an extra 25 to 30 Rand for a driver. So we're adding to the economics of our town for the drivers that's doing deliveries on Uber or Mr. D or for Checkers. So for us, it was something that we can contribute in our direct area. So when you think of doing deliveries, it's not just about the numbers and the figures. It's about making an impact in your direct area. So let's just go to the next slide. So for us, I think the whole thing for us as Coffee Lift is we think there's an opportunity for you as a coffee shop to really think through this whole process, and we're going to just display our product because we're not here to market our product. We're here to actually just show you what the platforms are offering you as a coffee shop and where the world is moving towards, and we must think about it. So Johan, if you can sum up this.
Yeah, so yeah, it's just in conclusion, what we've seen happen, I mean, I had an interesting experience. I walked into a local Checkers the other day. And I don't know whether you've seen it lately. There's people running around with a computer screen just filling up baskets with their delivery service. And I stopped the one lady, I asked her, well, what are you doing? She says, no, she's filling up these orders. And I asked her, is this a new position? Are you doing this now separately from what you've done before? Do you have to share it? She says, no, in that Checkers, there were 8 people just doing that. I thought to myself, but that must be expensive. They've got all these additional people in store that has to fulfill these orders. And obviously the delivery system must also cost some money. So where do they get the additional money from? Is it profitable? Now, I'm not going to talk about my opinion about whether it's profitable or not. The question is, what happens if they don't do it? And I also don't want to say that in terms of, for them, it's a matter of, I mean, they compete in a different market. So if they don't do it, they will lose the customer to someone that does do it. So if they do it, they will lose some of the in-store sales to a delivery sale, which is not necessarily positive. So if they do it, they might gain additional customers. And the same will happen for us within the coffee shop industry. If you do it, you will have the potential to get some additional sales. If you don't do it, you might lose some customers. If you push up your prices, maybe you drive them back into the coffee shop, the ones that you really want there. They won't order it online. I don't know. I think that's maybe a good thing. Maybe we have to do that when we go online and deliver our products online. But I think it's something that every business owner within the coffee industry should seriously consider. How do you do this if you enter this market? How do you design your business? The guy that Eugene was talking about was saying to us at some point he's got to switch off these platforms because his kitchen is they're not set up for it. So that's obviously another thing that's happened in this last while is people have moved online, they started to order online. So in his case, he didn't only replace sales, he's actually grew his sales, but his business is not set up for delivery, it's set up for in-store sales. So that's obviously an adjustment he has to make, he has to redesign his business. And yeah, we've had a lot of fun in the last year in trying to figure this out. We've also realized that to build an app is not that easy, and apps doesn't sort out flat tires, apparently. So,
so we're going to show you a short video, and then I'm going to just showcase the product. Okay. Sinjin, the coffee coming up. So we're in Africa. Deep Africa. We're taking the coffee lift seal to its extreme off-road test. Let's go. Let's go. Check it out. No spillage, man. Oh man, I love my coffee. It doesn't spill and it's getting transported to me. I love Coffee Lift. Yes.
So,
Thank you.
As they say normally at the end of the movie, no coffee was spilled in the making of this movie.
So we just want to quickly show you something. Thank you. Okay, so here's a flat white. Is it a flat white? Oh, yes. So how our product worked is it's this Coffee Lift seal. It fits on all cup sizes. So the big ones, the small ones. So it's designed to keep the heat of the coffee. So you basically just put it over the cup and then I use one of these compostable lids because normally we've done our testing on the plastic ones. And so but the barista will just cap it like this, and then we have these bags that keeps the temperature for up to an hour. So what we normally teach the baristas is when we serve it in the shop, we serve it at 65 degrees. So when you send it out for a delivery, you go to 75 up to 80 degrees, and then you put it in your bag. So you can zip it. And then the driver just collects it like this, and he puts it in his bag. And he made an accident there. He tripped. And when you take it out, there's no spillage.
So we have a restaurant that said to me recently that they've delivered 70 coffees. Just something about 70 coffees to a hospital recently. And they did it using this method. So they did it by themselves, delivering the coffee, but it does enable you to think differently about how do you service your market, whether you are using a third-party delivery platform or you might be doing your own short-run deliveries. We think there is an opportunity, yeah.
So, are you ready? Who's going to catch it? Okay. I'll catch it. But still no spillage, and you can turn it around. It's on its head. It's a solution to a problem, and I think the coffee industry was looking for this thing, and we're so privileged to be part of it and to enable people to create more jobs, to see where the future is going and stay with the future. So what a privilege. Thank you, Mel and Ian, for us to be here at the Creative Coffee Week. We're very excited to be more involved in the coffee scene. I've been in the coffee scene for 7 years, but not in this level. So it's nice to be around these experts. And thank you, Johan, for being here as well.
Yeah, just really thank you for being able to be here and giving us the opportunity. And thanks for listening to us. And we're going to put some of these numbers, etc., on our website. But I would really love to get some questions or scenarios, or just let me know, you're talking nonsense because of this and that reason. I mean, we're learning as we go, and we'd love to share the knowledge that we've gained and the discussions that we have with the industry to learn from.
Is there time for a few questions?
Yeah, are there any questions?
Yes.
Let's go, Chad.
So if someone orders, just say, 2 coffees, at what distance, kilometers-wise, does it become like a breaking point? If I get in my car, suppose I have a Hyundai i20, put these 2 coffees in, deliver it myself, how far out will I go before I start running a loss? Just kilometers, roughly.
I think that's a good question. It depends on what you use, whether it's a motorcycle or a car. And we'll have to, I don't have the numbers out of my head. But there's 2 factors there. The one is obviously the time factor, and then there's the cost factor. So we've always limited our deliveries to within a certain radius to make sure that it doesn't take you half an hour once you've picked up the coffee to get it to the customer. So I think that's almost a more important factor. And then obviously if you do it with a normal vehicle, it costs you a lot more. And it also depends on the sizes of the delivery. So if you serve Eugene has got people that he delivers 30 coffees to once a month. It's the guy has got into the habit of ordering coffees for his business. So that obviously, you can do that with a tractor and it might still be profitable, but you'd like to do it with a motorbike, which is really cheap.
Yes.
So you have your own app, right?
Not anymore. We discontinued the app because we saw the amount of money and everything you have to build a presence on the platform. So we did an app for a year. That's where we got all the data. But now we actually just putting our product into the market so that coffee shops can get on the already existing platforms. Yeah. Yes. While we're waiting for the question, I just also want to mention our product is also 100% compostable, recyclable, and biodegradable.
Eugene, well done for the initiative. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
I just have a funny question.
Okay.
Is
I
your
like funny.
product able to keep the late art? As a barista professional, we know late art is very important. Is your product able to keep the late art on the same way that was done in the bar?
No, it doesn't. So we've done tests with some specialists. So after a while, the foam even disappear, okay? But that's also to do with the crema. So if you want to be very accurate, take off the crema and then put your milk. It lasts a lot longer because the crema is starting to eat the foam. So customers, what in our experience is that if they order a coffee on a platform, their expectation is lower than what they order a coffee at the barista. And they don't voice it and everything, but if I know I'm going to give this coffee to you and I've thrown it like this, you're going to not expect the flour on it because it's been shaked on the back of a motorcycle. But we've, if the customer is not far from you, like in the next office, they get very decent coffee with foam still intact.
I think there's a segment of the consumer that would say to you, I like my coffee shaken, not stirred.
Any more questions? Are we good? All right, let's give them a huge round of applause. Well done, you guys. That was really cool.
Okay, so thank you so much. The next thing that's going to happen is we're going to have an opportunity to taste some of the Shot in the Dark Finals coffee. It's not going to be a formal session. We're just going to take the next half an hour. There's going to be flasks at the back. You're welcome to help yourself to a taster size, please. So not, a whole cup so that everybody can taste one. And then we've got the Shot in the Dark competition. The challenge was to blend as part of the competition as well, and it served as an espresso to the judges. So we've got some of the coffees on the La Mazzocco bar for you to taste the blends. So that's pretty cool. So that's for the next about half an hour, and then it will be the big announcement. So from 2:30 we're going to be back here, and we're going to find out who is the champion for 2021. So that's very exciting. And also just a note about the SA Aeropress Champs happening a bit later. We're going to kick off from about 5. We've got some drinks at the bar, and we're going to have a lot of fun. So please stick around for that. It's going to be great. We will also crown a champion there. So there's a lot of SA champs coming through today, which is great. So yeah, I hope you enjoy the rest of it, and go taste some delicious Shot in the Dark coffee. Thanks.
Matt, you can count us in. Start the slideshow. All right. Welcome back, folks, to Creative Coffee Week, the last session on the last day, and it's an exciting moment. We're going to be announcing the winners of A Shot in the Dark 2021.
It's been a long road. We started out at the beginning of the year. We're thrown a few new pandemic curveballs all the way through, but we made it, and here we are, a good 6 months later, about to announce the new Shot in the Dark champion. The competition, of course, wouldn't be possible without our amazing team of sponsors and partners.
So what we'd like to do is the format is that we're just going to give a little introduction, Mel and I, from our point of view on the competition. Then we're going to talk to the BWT team. They're on Zoom. They're going to come in and we're going to have just acknowledge them and thank them. And then Seven Oaks, Specialty Coffee Exchange, Genio, and then we're going to go into the moment that you've all been waiting for, the top 10 announcements. So just a very brief introduction to A Shot in the Dark. This is the 4th year that we're running it, and we had 50 roasters participate. The first round, they all roast the exact same green coffee, and it's for cupping only. And in the top 10 go through to the finals where they get a brand new coffee, which they roast for cupping only, and there's a second challenge, which is a blending challenge for espresso. So as you've heard through this week, there's a lot to roasting coffee. And this competition, what we really wanted to do was try and strive for excellence in terms of the opportunity to give coffee roasters in South Africa maybe a coffee that they would never, ever normally purchase, something really, really special and unique. We wanted to give them water that was perfect for this competition. We wanted to use the best equipment possible to extract those espressos and to grind those coffee beans. And of course, we wouldn't be able to do this without our headline sponsor, which is Genio Roasters. So it's A Shot in the Dark presented by Genio Roasters, and they came on board 4 years ago, and they agreed to sponsor us for 5 years, which back then was a massive investment, and we're so grateful for that. Yeah. So we're negotiating after this.
I love it.
Bring your checkbook. All right.
Yeah, so we've been so happy to see it grow over the years, and it's always an interesting, the results are always interesting. There's never a dull moment. The main thing about the judging in this competition is that it's completely blind. There's no way that the judges know who has roasted the coffee. So at the beginning, we allocate everyone a number, and then it gets sent up to Seven Oaks to be judged, and then the numbers are changed so that nobody knows. It's completely anonymous. Only Pauline, thanks Pauline, at Seven Oaks and ourselves have known who the names of the roasters are that are attached to those anonymous numbers. So there's no favoritism. You can't have any preconceived notions. You're tasting the coffee for the coffee and how well it's roasted and what the roasters were able to get out of those amazing coffees. And we'll hear a bit more about the coffees that were chosen from Mac a little bit later. But first,
we've got, if we can bring in our first Zoom guest. So BWT played a massive role in this particular special project, A Shot in the Dark. Hi guys.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi.
How are you folks this afternoon?
How are you guys? How's it going? Congratulations to the top 10. We're obviously excited to find out about the finals. It's been a long journey. I think Emil could also say yeah, Mal and Ian are very tough to please, so we had a bit of a long walk with them. But yeah.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. This you really upped the level because you took it upon yourselves with the help of Equipment Cafes to send water to all of our contestants all across the country. So that was a massive undertaking. Tell us a bit about first putting the water together and then getting to know all the roasters through the process.
What we've done is we've used municipal water. We've put it through a process called reverse osmosis, where we basically take it down to baseline. So we strip everything out of the water and we re-engineer the water by making use of our technology, which is patented. We bring the water up to SCA standards, and that being your hardness, your bicarbonate, your pH, your TDS. We basically brought it into that standard. Okay. And I know there was questions from our roasters asking, what equipment have you guys used? What have you done? The water's perfect. We basically enrich the water with magnesium. The water consists of 60% magnesium, which, as we know, is the base carrier in water. And by doing that, you're extracting coffee 7 times better than what you'd only be using calcium in, or if there's only calcium in the water. So, yeah, it's a good equipment that we're using. It's patent technology. We've got it on our stand at the Equipment Cafe stand. So yeah, you guys can have a look at the system that we use.
And it was obviously a huge logistical experience for you guys. I mean, these guys delivered water with the help of Equipment Cafe and their team. And Sean especially, I know, did a lot of driving to get the water not only all over the country, but in the finals round, they actually then sent even more water and supplied the water to Seven Oaks for the judging. So a huge undertaking, and we just wanted to get you guys online this afternoon to say thank you so much for being a part of this project for the last 8 or 9 months. We really appreciate all the work that you guys have done, your skills, your expertise, and your products, and we're very, very grateful. If we could just give them a round of applause, folks. BWT.
Thanks, Ian.
Thanks so much.
And of course, in the same breath, I really want to thank George, Sean, Sinjin, everybody in the Equipment Cafe team for their huge investments in this project. So, like I said, striving for excellence, we wanted the best possible equipment we could get for this. So, George said he didn't want to come and say a speech. So that's okay, George. But I think we should point the camera at him and he can wave to everyone.
Thanks,
Come on, George, stand up and take a bow for us. Let's give George a round of applause, please. All right.
Next up, we're going to chat to Mike McDonald. Would you mind coming up here for a second, please? Mike was also part of the judging panel, and he's helped us with developing a score sheet over the years. And we're very grateful that you were able to be here with us this year, Mike. Thanks so much. So, and thank you so much to Seven Oaks for their amazing sponsorship of the coffees this year. So I think as a start, and thanks to Carol and the team, we're sad that everyone couldn't be here, but we know you're very busy. And thanks for sending down Mike and Tori. They've been an incredible asset to the week. Yeah, so tell us a bit first about the coffees that were used, specifically for the finals round.
Okay, so the first and the primary coffee that was used, especially in the preliminary round, was if you listen to the talk that I gave about the coffees from Madagalpa, it was essentially from the same region, a single producer. It was a guy named Odal Colera. The coffee was also relatively low grown. It was, I think, around 800 to 1,200 meters above sea level. This year it was actually, and I think I've maybe mentioned this in passing to some of the competitors and also probably my talk as well, potentially incredibly difficult to roast and to judge. It was a catty more natural. So, you know, from a judging perspective, it was really, really interesting because the diversity in the cup profiles that we came across was interesting. It caused more discussion after each session, which is a good thing.
That's great, yeah.
So yeah, and then we also had the espresso section, which was the Burundi Gatsukuza and also a Rwanda Baho Natural. So I think everybody was kind of used to the Burundi Gatsukuza, so that added quite a bright element in the context of the blend, and we could actually pick that up. So it was really interesting to see as well in the espresso blending portion of the competition that everybody was quite different in the way that they approached the blend. And whether that's personal taste, personal preference, roasting methodology, roasting machinery, water composition, that sort of thing, it's really kind of made it complex and interesting, and I think for everybody involved. I think, yeah, so this year I think it's probably been the most difficult, the finals coffee, and I think maybe everybody could probably agree. We tasted one of the competitors out of the top 10 in batch brew filter earlier, and I think maybe some of you might have tasted some of the espresso blends on that side as well. Yeah, I mean, it's been quite an overloading experience, to be honest. And it's a unique experience, and I'm like really fortunate to be a part of that. So, on behalf of the Seven Oaks team and all the judges, you guys are awesome. Please compete again next year. We want to see things get better, and what we've seen so far, it has been getting better.
Yeah, I think that was a comment from Nicodemus as well. He said that, in all the years he's been doing it, the overall standard keeps getting higher and higher. And that's why we do this competition, so that we can keep pushing our industry forward. So thanks.
Yeah, so a big thank you to all of you, and just keep it up. It's really amazing. We can see your passion.
Thank you so much, Mac, and thank you to Seven Oaks Trading.
And I think just on that note, it wasn't just the coffee that Seven Oaks provided, but also the facilities, the time. I think Nicodemus, Andrew, Pauline, Carol, Thariso, Mike, you guys, it's a great team, and you guys put so much in. So thank you for your time and the use of the lab. And I think on that note also, where's Kath Bland? Is Kath in the room?
I don't think she's here.
So Kath was also one of the judges, so do you want to call her, Mike? Yeah, I think it's worth, we'll thank the judges maybe after the next segment then.
Okay.
Yeah, and then of course, we must mention Grant from Specialty Coffee Exchange. He provided the blending coffee, one of the blending coffees as well, so just a big thanks to Grant for that as well. So let's just give him a round of applause as well, folks. Thank you. All right, Neil, would you like to come up? Neil Marie from Genio Roasters, folks. Everybody knows who this gentleman is. He's very passionate about coffee in South Africa. And yeah, Neil, when Mel and I came to you with this crazy idea a couple of years ago, you didn't even hesitate. You were just like, I'm in for 5 years. And like that means so much
10.
to us.
That's 10.
And now it's 10. So I've got all these witnesses, eh? But yeah, Genio, we're so proud of you. We're so proud of your company, South African built and made, and the jobs that you've created, your beautiful factory you've just moved into, the products that you keep innovating. Yeah, we're really proud of you as a coffee community, and thank you for being part of this. So let's give Neil a massive, massive round of applause, folks.
Yeah, from my side, I am quite hands-off with regards to the competition, both because it's run by people who I don't need to be involved in with, but it's a platform that we wanted to create for other people to excel in. And I specifically wanted to take the equipment out of it. I didn't want to make it the Genio show or the this show or the that show. And we can see it from the other suppliers as well. I mean, we have different green bean suppliers playing together. We have different equipment suppliers coming together. And all of these people who compete out in the field, and sometimes, I'm sure, exchange blows out in the field, sitting here together for a common goal of improving coffee. And that's the platform that we wanted to create, one where we can learn from each other and excel together. So whether you're the winner or came in dead last with your cupping score, it doesn't matter, because you learned something, and at the end of the day, you got to play around with some crazy coffees and really just experience all of this together with a community that we all have something in common with during some really trying times, and now we get to sit together here. So it's such an awesome platform, and thank you to you guys for running it. And you know, we get the voicemails from Mel every now and again, and Elsie tells me, my marketing lady tells me, Neil, just hold on, it's going to be okay. Mel has something to say, and then she plays the voice note, and then the next tragedy hits, and we get through it, and we make a plan, and here we are. So thank you to you guys for doing this, and for putting it all together, and for dealing with all the stress and the hassles and the ups and the downs that comes with it. You guys have been absolutely fantastic to have organized all of this. So if anybody deserves a round of applause, it's the two of you. So can we give them one? There we are, that's me.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Neil. Is Kath here? Couldn't find her. Okay, I just want to take a moment, and I think it's worthwhile to just thank the judges who judged this year.
Yeah.
Do you want to do that? Should I?
Sure. No, I mean, it was just under the circumstances, you know, I think it was level 4 we were in when we were just put into level 4 when the tasting had to happen, and it couldn't change because the roasters were all roasting to a specific date that the coffees were going to be tasted. So despite all that, the judges came together and they had to do a lot more work because they had to have their own stations of cupping, and you know, it was a whole thing to try and do this in COVID times. And so we're really grateful that they showed up, and Kath, Matt, Nicodemus, Mark, Tori, everyone who was in the room. We just wanted to say thank you so much, because we know it's a hard job, and especially under the circumstances. So, yeah.
Let's have a huge round of applause for our Shot in the Dark judges, folks.
Okay. So.
Okay. So this is how we're doing this.
Yeah.
We're going to do it in batches. Okay? In 10th position.
He's just going straight in. Okay. No, it's fine. I'm just nervous. It's okay.
Are you nervous?
It's
okay.
It's
I'm nervous
okay.
too.
It's okay. All
All right. We're in it together.
Number 10.
Okay. In 10th position, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Jacques Stratum.
Okay, Jacques Stratum. Well done, Jacques. Okay, so that's really awesome. He was our only home roaster that entered this year, and since he started the competition, he actually started a roastery. So a roastery that actually sells coffee beans. It's called Exhale Coffee Roasters. And so it's so awesome. I hope he's online watching. Well done, Jacques. He did get his kit, and so I hope that he's online, and well done. We're so proud to have a coffee business that started during this competition. So that's a really cool story. So well done, Jacques. Number 10. Okay, number 9.
In 9th position, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Vanna Groves. Favor and grace.
Is he going to come up? Evans, you going to come up? You want to speak?
Yeah.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, we're very privileged that we have so many of the top 10. They made the effort to come down this year. So we just wanted to appreciate you and say, well done. This is your second year entering, and your second year in the top 10.
Yeah, thanks. Not sure what to say. Really glad to be in the top 10, and it's a nice event. It's cool to be here and experience some of the coffee industry.
Yeah. Did you have fun?
We did have fun. It was a bit hectic. We saved the roast until really late to recover from a bit of COVID. So, but all in all, really good.
Vanna Groves, ladies and gentlemen, for Favor and Grace.
Congratulations.
All right.
Okay, number 8.
8th position goes to Jake, Chris, Romeo, Ken, and the team at Tribe.
Well done, Team Tribe.
Come on, Ken.
Come on, Ken.
I got to tell you a story about these guys. Last year, they entered and they forgot to roast their coffee and send it to us.
Yeah, so we had them on very strict guidelines
So we're like
this year.
on a tight leash.
Yeah. Well done, Ken. Well done to the team. Sorry to interrupt you. When Jake sent in the form, he said that everybody was involved in getting the coffee ready to go. So tell us a bit about the team that was part of it.
Thank you. Actually, we worked together as a team.
Yeah.
Everybody contributed. It was fun.
Okay, good.
And thank you, everyone.
Okay, it's such a pleasure. We loved having you here, Ken. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And hopefully we see you on the barista stage again soon. Yes, okay.
All right, so try picking up position 8. All right, the last one in this batch. In position 7 in A Shot in the Dark 2021 is... Dwayne Fiorita, Skuro Coffee Craft.
Well done, Dwayne. This is another top 10 finalist that has entered twice and is in the top 10 twice. So you're doing something right. Well done.
So the only reason why I could stand here is because of Jesus. That's the only reason why. And just to support my wife. And it's really been a hard a shot in the dark. This time I really learned to roast naturals.
Okay.
So it's really great. Thank you so much.
Pleasure. Thank you. Thank you, Dwayne.
Well done, Dwayne.
Yeah. Well done. Okay.
All right. All right, in 6th position,
Business end. Okay, yeah.
Martinez Freiling.
Martinez! Well done. Okay, so Martinez actually won a competition to get into A Shot in the Dark that Genio hosted. So it was a bit of a surprise that you were in the mix. How was it? How was the experience for you?
Well, this is so surreal, so blessed. I started my business exactly a year ago.
Okay.
And Neil and the team, online, I was the wildcard entry.
Yes.
So I'm glad I made you proud to at least have gotten this far. And it's just been so nice to meet all of you and to be part of this community.
Thanks, Martinez. We're so glad to have you here.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, well done.
Well done, Martinez. All right.
Cool.
Position number 5. Percy Chiguera.
In food. Come
Come on,
on,
Percy.
come on, come on. Well done, sir. I always use you as an example of a coffee professional who is constantly striving to educate yourself and do better. And I just am so proud of you. So well done. Well done for coming 5th in this competition. We're very proud. How do you feel?
I feel so great, and to be honest, I want to say to all the other roasters that were part of the Shot in the Dark that I think to me it was about the knowledge, and we don't get to roast these coffees, and the information that we are getting and the knowledge. So to me, it was not necessarily about winning, but it was about growing in the knowledge. So I'm very proud of being here and participated in the competition.
And thank you so much for coming to Durban. We really appreciate it. Thank you, Percy. Well done in food.
That's amazing. Okay, we've got 4 left. In 4th position is Etienne. Toro Coffee.
Well done. We had heard the legend of the Potchefstroom contingent in this competition for many, many years, in fact. And we finally got to meet you here at Creative Coffee Week, and 4th place, first time entering. Well done.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, so this has been a huge honor, but we are a team, so we couldn't have done it without our team. And yeah, just feeling so thankful and grateful to be a part of this industry.
Amazing.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, and it's so great as well. You guys compete internally, so that Giannis and Etienne both entered the competition, and so they have an internal battle as well, which is really cool to push each other. So well done, Team Toro.
All right, well done, Toro. So that's our middle batch, folks. So now we move into the top three. And I just want those gentlemen to be upstanding, if you may, before we announce the top three.
Rory Lamson.
Rory Lamson, you please be upstanding.
Yeah, and
Frederick.
yeah,
And can
who
we bring in
else?
Trevor Fitz on Zoom? Hey, Trevor.
How's it?
How's it? Sorry.
Well, welcome and thanks for joining us.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
All right, we can keep him up there, please, Matt, while we do the announcement. So I would like to ask George Karatzis to come up here, please, to hand over third position. All right, George, thank you for doing the honors. We're going to have a photo opportunity, you know, with all the sponsors and that kind of thing. In third position, ladies and gentlemen, Shot in the Dark 2021 is Rory Lamson.
The Black Sheep Coffee Co. Well done, Rory.
Would you like to say a few words, Rory?
Yeah, Rory.
Really, but yeah. Jeez, guys, this is actually amazing. I write into the competition every year for the judges' feedback, and it's been invaluable so far in my roasting career, just to kind of gauge what I'm doing right and what I'm doing wrong. And third place is just incredible for me. So yeah, like well done everyone else who competed. It was really tough this year. So cool. Thanks.
Third place, Rory Lamson.
Well done, Rory.
Well done, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you, George. Well done, Rory.
Okay, number 2.
Okay, Thoriso, would you mind coming up to hand over this award on behalf of Seven Oaks Trading?
Come on, Tori. There you go. Love your t-shirt.
All right, in second position is Trevor Fitz, Beethoven Coffee.
Beethoven Coffee. Well done. Which means our winner is Mr. Frederick Dreyer, Gegrond. We'll get to you just in a bit. Let's talk to Trevor. Well done, Trevor. Congratulations on second place.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm really happy to be up in the top 3 and coming second. It was a tough competition, so happy with it. Very happy.
Congratulations. I know you're a competitive guy, so you'll be back to compete for a top spot next year, hey?
Definitely, definitely. I do want to just say thanks to you and Ian as well, because this really was a world-class organized competition. The green bean quality was phenomenal. To have consistent water across the country and to have such a quality judging panel, I think you guys did an outstanding job. So thank you so much for all of your efforts, and we'll definitely be back again to try and take number 1.
Great. Thanks, Trevor. Take care. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, you too.
Okay, so that means we welcome on stage our new A Shot in the Dark champion,
Frederick!
Frederick Dreyer! Neil, come!
Come on, Neil. Sorry. I got so carried away.
We're just getting carried away.
Neil Marie to present the trophy to Frederick Dreyer from Gegrond.
Congratulations, sir.
Yes, I'm not sure if it's all the espressos or the nerves, but yeah, I'm shaking. It's such an honor to have this. I can't believe that we made this spot. And I really just need to thank my team for everything that they've done. Leonard, that usually does the roasting as well. Peter, my business partner in Ireland, we actually got some of these last coffees to him.
Nice.
And he helped me with the blending. It was amazing. And then Marius from Hazelden Brewing Company. It just helped us with all the cupping and
we kind of abused his palate. We're very thankful for that. But yeah, thank you very much for this whole competition. It does an amazing thing just for us to learn. I didn't expect to learn that much, but yeah, it's awesome. Thank you.
Well done, Frederick. Let's give him another round of applause, guys.
Well done, Frederick. Amazing.
Thank you so much to everyone. Thanks, Neil. I can't believe it's all over.
It's done. It's done and dusted.
I just wanted to say thank you to every one of you for coming. I know that it's been a time. I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional.
You did so well, though. I think also, can we have a round of applause for Mel? She has been an absolute machine this week. And that kind of brings the formal program to a close. And it's been a blast. It's been so wonderful to have you guys all together. It's just been so phenomenal. And to everyone out there who joined us virtually, it was so cool. I've got to thank Wade and Bongani and Matt, and these guys have also done a phenomenal job. Let's give them a round of applause as well.
Thanks, team. And all of our crew, Eddie and Charles, and Chad and Minnie and Fix and Precious, and I'm going to forget people, but everyone has been so amazing. And to all our amazing sponsors and event partners, this, obviously wouldn't have been possible without the support of our partners, and we're just so grateful because look at what we were able to do. It's amazing. So thank you very much.
And a big shout out to Winston as well for I think it was just
Winnie.
so professional hosting his panels.
Of course,
Winston, big round of
Winston.
applause.
And again to FMB for their constant support of this event and for growing the coffee industry in our country. So yeah, we couldn't do it without them either. So thanks very much. Guys, we're
done.
We're good. Okay, I'm gonna kick you all out of here into the bar area to have a celebratory drink with Mr. Frederick Dreyer. And then we're going to do a little hustle at the front here and set up for the SA Aeropress Champs, which will kick off at around about 5. Yeah, that's going to be epic. We've got bonus prizes by Red Espresso, where we're going to do a whole fun round. We've got 6 of the top 9 in the city to actually brew their coffees, which is epic. I didn't expect that we would have that many in-person competitors, so it's awesome. The other 3 are tuning in to watch their surrogates do their thing. And yeah, we've got some beer sponsored by SAB. So there's a little party that's going to happen, which is great. And More Flavor is bringing the heat with 20,000 rands worth of prizes for the competitors. So that's going to be awesome as well. Have I forgotten anyone? No,
I think that's
Water.
everyone.
Yeah, I know. Okay, I'll stop talking now. But just once again, thank you to everyone who made Creative Coffee Week possible.